Good morning. Welcome to day two. Let's interact on the chat. We are all happy to be here. I hope you all had a good evening. Let's use the chat to talk to each other. Tell us how your evening, what did you learn yesterday? We have 2 more minutes to interact with each other. Move around. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of our program. I want to welcome all of you who are online. Today is a blessed Tuesday. We've been to the chapel. We have prayed that we have another very successful day as we had yesterday. Today, again, we will be listening from the thematic area of business, trade, and entrepreneurship. And we shall also be hearing something from health system strengthening and universal health coverage. With me, I have a team who has joined us physically. I want to. If you are not presented, please may you mute yourself. As usual, we shall be doing 3 presentations, and then after the 3 presentations, we shall have a discussion and a Q&A. We are privileged to have a guest speaker this morning who will be talking to us. My colleague is going to be shortly. Let's keep our mics muted. Let us use the chat forum as when you have any comments, if you have any questions, let's use that. Yesterday it worked very well. I hope today again we are going to use it and we're going to be successful with that. But before we start the day, I want to call my house bishop to bless us and to bless the day. Karibu, Dr.
Shall we ask the Lord to help us through the second day of our conference? Heavenly Father, we thank you and bless you this morning. Lord, we appreciate your presence during the second day of our 9th annual international conference. And we thank you that you have placed our university in the limelight, Lord. We pray that God, as we continue with our presentations, the things that our scientists have been working on, Lord, for the purpose and development of our nation, and even, Lord, we pray for the leading power of the Spirit of God. And dear Lord, when we come through it all, when we achieve what we started, Lord, we shall return thanks to you and we shall give you honor. This morning, Lord, we thank you for the keynote speaker, that God, we will also be educated, led into the wisdom of the blessings that you have bestowed upon human beings. We thank you that you made us in your own image, that we can carry on the life that you entrusted to us, so that we may show who you are and your glory. We are praying for the director, the chairman of the conference, our Professor Wanja, that God, as she leads us with her team, that your blessings of wisdom, the anointing of the Spirit of the Lord, the peace of God, and the strength that she needs and requires today shall be upon her. Lord, we thank you as we sit to hear through your servants, as they teach us the wisdom you gave them, we just want to bless you and glorify your name. We shall always remember to thank you and to honor you. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, we pray. Amen. Amen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mamisi. And now I would like to introduce the guest speaker who will be presenting, will giving us his speech from his university where he's sitting, and Dr. Mapesa is going to read the profile. Karibu Daktari.
Right, thank you. I've been given the privilege to take us through the profile of our keynote speaker, guest speaker, Dr. Moses Abednego Olengo. He's a professional chemist of South Africa. A title that was stored on, I think, when he was actively involved in research down in South Africa. So professionally, Dr. Olengo is working with the Kimathi University in the Department of Chemistry. He's a senior lecturer as well as a director of research, innovations, management, and community linkages. And his educational background, he did a Bachelor of Education degree, specialized in physics and chemistry from Egerton University, did a master's of it's a master's of physical chemistry and a PhD in physical chemistry, and a postdoctoral study in nanotechnology. And I think a lot of work has gone through that nanotechnology, which has culminated into a number of patents, as we shall see from the bio. So Dr. Olengo also does a lot of research work, and that is shown through his supervisory duties. He's a professional chemist registered with South African Chemical Institute, as well as the Kenya Chemical Society, a registered professional teacher by the TSC. He has over about 18 publications, and of course with the refereed journals and one textbook. I mentioned patents. He holds almost 4 patents. He has a US patent. I will not go through the numbers of 2020, a Chinese patent, and all these are in electroconductive composite, a Japanese patent of electroconductive composites. I believe today we'll be hearing a bit more about patent processes and what we need to do to patent our innovations. And probably we might be asking him if a Kenyan patent is on the way. So he's currently involved in a lot of research. And as I said, he's a director of research and innovations at Dedan Kimathi. He has won a grant from UNESCO. So he's a chair of advanced manufacturing. That is 2022, very recent, in collaboration with Botswana International University of Science and Technology, as well as East Africa Community Scholarship Programs. And there are a couple of things around grants and research, and I think from the bio, so that we don't have to go through all of them, I'm pretty sure he might be mentioning some of the key elements around his research and granting. So ladies and gentlemen, I give you Dr. Moses Abednego Olengo.
Thank you, Dr. Mapesa. And now I would like to welcome our guest of the morning, who is online to make his presentation. And we can, as usual, use the chat. And we can see Dr. Olengo is there. Thank you very much. Welcome. The moment is yours.
Thank you so much for the session, Professor. I'm delighted to be to join you in this conference. I don't know whether it's my side, which is a bit low in terms of volume, or my gadgets. You know, some of these technologies sometimes becomes a bit interesting. I also You can hear me?
Yes, it's
Yes.
louder here from my end.
Thank you so much. So I'm happy to be to join you in this conference and also to share a bit of our experience. It is in sharing that we learn the traditions of each other. I also just request to be able to share a bit of my screen so that we can be together as I go through some of what we have done. As from the introduction, I'm Dr. Moses Olengo. I'm the Director of Research, Innovation, Management, and Community Linkages at this in our place here. And I always feel enlightened, especially when it comes to sharing a bit of what we do, because it is in this kind of sharing that we learn from each other. We appreciate the fact that nobody is a king of all knowledge. Always a possibility of sharing something new with a new friend. And every time there's a learning experience. Like yesterday, when I joined you somewhere in the afternoon, I get to learn a lot of things. See, for us in the sun, sometimes we know very little things. We could know only a part of a conductor, and that's the thing that we talk about so many times. But I just learned that from the social science as well. You know a lot of governance and a lot of entrepreneurship. As a university, we are part of the program we call DPOC, that's the Development of Entrepreneurial Universities in Kenya, which we won that program with in collaboration with the University of Salland. And we have been developing entrepreneurial ventures, especially within the university fraternity. So when I listen to our colleagues from social science, I really normally get excited because I come to learn that for us in science, we know very, very narrow scope. We only deal with equipment, deal with machines. But then there's the other aspect. We are living in a society that's highly progressive. Unless you know how to sell the thing that is in your head, it becomes useless. So I think this kind of collaboration and networking, it's a very key component, especially in terms of growth for both holistic scholarly growth around ourselves and around the people that we interact with and even the institutions that we lead. So on your screen right now, what I'm trying to show is a bit of our campus. This is just a section of our campus. And I think here I'm a bit more, I can say, I'm a bit more selfish here because what I'm showing is the School of Engineering and Science. The other side that this is the building where I'm talking from. When you enter Dedan Kimathi and to come to resource, we are not privileged to have a standalone administrative block, but our administrative block is caged within this, what we call Resource One. So this is a place you'll quite interact with. But if you would wish to have a chat with me, it means that you will enter here and come to somewhere around this point here. Beyond this, around this dome, that's where I'm talking from at this moment. We call this a Resource One because we have everything housed in here, that's including our administrative block. The other side you can see from this other end is a School of Engineering. And this School of Engineering would have a lot of things and quite a number of innovations probably that I may be talking to it. I've christened this presentation today. I would like to move. I've christened this, this discussion today as funding and partnership as drivers of science and technology and areas of innovation. And one of the things that we have cherished as a university from the time I took over as Director of Research is how do we grow? We have a common we have a common saying right now in most of our institutions. Probably you guys may be better off than us, especially in the public sector. But one of the things that we have always had is there's no funding, and therefore there's no research and no meaningful research that can take place. There's issues around trust. In fact, when you mention people to fund us about public universities, the first thing they tell you, those guys have got no money. So we have had these kind of things. But as a university, we have come up with the new approaches to avoid this. So I'll have a presentation. I don't know how long I'm supposed to talk. I have 3 areas of presentation that I would wish to go through. One, funding and partnership as drivers of science, technology, and areas of innovation. In this, I'll be able to look at some of the structures that we have established as a university. And then I will also give you a few snapshot on how partnerships has really driven some of our areas of innovation and what we are currently doing. And finally, I'll look at the output of that kind of collaboration and what it's currently done in terms of some work that we have been able to do as a result of this kind of collaborations. So those are the 3 areas that I would like to mention, even as we discuss this. Then I'll be open for any form of discussion in terms of question and answer. I'll be available for any response. So I don't know, Chair, how long is my talk so that I'm a teacher. Being a teacher, sometimes you can talk as long as somebody is ready to listen.
We were hoping you could talk to us for 20 minutes so that we can also have some time to ask some questions.
Thank you. That's sufficient. That's sufficient enough. So in Dedan Kimathi University of Technology, we have this kind of structure in terms of when it comes to research. We appreciate and we have been grateful also to God for giving us an opportunity to house one of its kind national technology park, science and technology park. So because of that, we had to develop a few structures to help us support that kind of responsibility that the government has given us to be able to support science and technology park. We call it the Coot Science and Technology Park. After Konza, I think this could be the only functional science and technology park within a government establishment in the country. So to support that, we looked at ourselves and said, there's something that we could have. What we have in our hands, we may not have the money, we may not have the equipment, but we have the human resource that is able to drive this. So we stratified into what we could easily call the quadruple helix kind of structure. We looked at what we have. We have specialized labs, and we have established specialized centers, and I'm going to tell you how those specialized centers work together to be able to drive the decode vision. Then we have been able to establish research leaders and thematic leaders established in each and every department, so that these are the people who are going to be our key drivers in this area. One of the things is that we looked at the situation at hand, which we cannot change. We cannot change, especially the new university funding model, which we call the differentiated units model, in which you only paid for what probably you're able to deliver and teach. Then we have established university research themes, which are supported right from those specialized centers. Unless the specialized centers are actively involved, and therefore the themes and that the members of those research centers do not have the theme at hand or not understand properly, then it becomes a huge problem or a mountain to climb. The other aspect that we have looked at is how do these now research themes support our key programs. Key program for us, we are an engineering university, technology university. So you expect that most of our courses are basically STEM. And in this STEM thing, we have about 71% STEM. So most of our students are basically engineering, science, food science, have chemistry, bits of it, but mostly all of it is STEM. So from this, we ensure that the PhD research topics and master's research topics are anchored squarely on what the aspirations of the center directors, aspirations of those specialized teams are able to dictate the growth of that particular thing. Now we put all these things together to form a research group. Once we have this is the weapon of warfare. The next thing is we charge the respective specialized center managers whom we have given them autonomy to dictate the growth of their own department, and we also pay depending on what actually you attract, so that you're able to move with the flow. Now, as I said, we have a National Science and Technology Park, which we call the COOTS, and these are the centers that we have been able to publish. We realize that it's very hard for a unit like that to be able to be propelled unless it has enough structures. So we have established these centers and empowered the directors to be able to work in these centers. These centers are driven by well-able guys, and I can tell you, none of these centers is underperforming because most of it has attracted sufficient funds. We leave you to be able to work. In the Science and Technology Park, the main themes is design manufacturing, ICT, and agri-tech. Now, if the ones you see in gray, these ones are support centers. They perform support activity that now link up directly to main actors within the Science and Technology Park. This is a very key area. For example, I can mention, I'm going to talk about a bit of this in the subsequent work. And I'm telling you that when it comes to ICT, we have been able to partner with, for example, Center for Spatial Information Studies. And these ones, we have been able to partner with the Kenya Space Agency. And in this, we have been able to develop a number of projects. And currently, we are chairs, we are co-chairs for Kenya Space Agency in terms of spatial information generation and development of softwares in that aspect. We have been able to partner with the Kenya Film Corporation Hub, and in this we have been able to develop a facility over 15 million to be able to develop talent in this region of the country. And in that we have been able to develop a Center for Gaming and Animation, which is working in collaboration with the KICD to develop learning content, software development to be able to support other programs that I'm going to mention in the due course. In terms of design and manufacturing, recently, I'm hoping that in the media you could have heard Professor Magoha was here to open our first 6-ton, 1-hour drying equipment, and many other things. Siemens Mechatronic, we have become in partnership with Siemens. We have developed the Center for Siemens examination in Africa. This is part of the link, because remember I said the only weapon we had is a structure to establish, to utilize our human resource in the various fields. And now this generates the entire kind of collaborations that basically now end up in terms of funding for this project to establish and anchor the Science and Technology Park within the university and become functional. In fact, right now, we should say we either in terms of collaboration with CONSA, probably we are ahead in some aspects, because most of this we have been able to, because of this kind of centers that the university has deliberately decided to form, has enabled to have partners that have anchor companies within the Science and Technology Park. Now, the ecosystem, therefore, when you look at those centers, they create this ecosystem that finally now authoritatively drives the Science and Technology Park. In the middle, this is what we're saying, because in the Science and Technology Park, we have only 3 major themes: design and manufacturing, ICT, and agri-tech. And as I've shown you in the previous slide, we have established centers that each one of them, with respect to the colors, support an anchor, support a theme within the Science and Technology Park. So we have decided, therefore, to form in partnership. What we drive here is what we call a PPP kind of approach. What we have decided and never to cross our mind is a factor or a cry that we do not have the funds, because we are well able to be able to win this battle in terms of if we reach out to funding agencies, we reach out to partners who have financial muscle, and we provide to them what they don't have. What they may not have is the rich environment of highly talented young men and women. So in this case, we partner very closely with the Ministry of Education, Ministry of ICT and Youth Affairs, Ministry of Trade and Industrialization Agency, and that's why we are able to kindly develop right now the design and manufacturing unit, which is under construction by the Ministry of Education in collaboration with ICT and Trade. We have anchor clients, and I'm going to show you what they are already doing and the product we're already having in terms of our relationship with it and how we are working. In academia, we have quite a number of things that I'm going to show you as well, which are affiliated, because the academia are the pinnacle of knowledge, and that is pumped into the Science and Technology Park. It generates a lot of, for example, intellectual property rights, and that brings in money, that brings in ownership, and also that brings in a bit of what we could say quality into the science and into the industry, bringing new ways of thinking. As I will inform you in terms of clients currently, we also are able to say that you're among the first university, and also we have a first facility to be able to export chips. And I'm not talking about chips yamandazi, I'm talking about chips for electronic devices. We have a semiconductor technology company that is already supporting the ICT holistically. In fact, if I were to talk about ICT, I'll finish an hour of what we are trying to contribute. And the next is the society around us, and I'm going to show you a bit of the society that we are working in that provides market. One of the market sources is our own students. So in terms of science and technology players and partners that we have, in terms of this, we have across the country, we in design and manufacturing, we have the Kenyatta National Hospital, of which we are partnering with them in the manufacture of intravenous fluids, a facility that they have already contributed to it, and we are working towards establishing the same, because these are parts of the things that are going to bring a lot of gravity within our Science and Technology Park. Intel Global, we share in terms of the development of the chips and also in the fabrication of digital devices. And as I'm going to talk about it, we have, as I showed you earlier, another center for which we are working closely with the Leather Development Council. We have not only developed this, but we have also introduced and enhanced a program in Kenya in leather development. We call it a bachelor's degree in leather technology. And that we have all the way from certificate to diploma. These are anchored within. Those are programs that we have started to ensure that these collaborate and work together to generate a research theme. In partners in terms of ICT, we have ICT Authority, Konza Technopolis. Currently, we are the data backup for huge data center, which is anchored within Kimathi. Kenya Film Corporation for development of media training and also in terms of generating content for KICD, which we are doing. These are guys who come in at least to give us a financial muscle, even as we support them. In terms of partners under value, under food by resource value addition, we have the Kirdi, we have Ukurueni Wakulima Dairy, which are now using, in fact, we have with the Ukurueni Wakulima Dairy, we have sold them an intellectual property. What we do is a partnership of both of us gaining something. We gain reality from each. If you buy yogurt from Rain Dairy, you come to any supermarket that has it, you can check closely, you will find powered by Dikut. That's how we interact in terms of partners in generating funding for the university. And I think that's the reason why probably for us as Dikut, we may not cry a lot of issues to do with lack of funding, because it's a term that we have decided deliberately to forget and venture use the things that we have, partners that we have to drive our agenda in terms of innovation and how to harvest from it. So we run a quadruple helix kind of model within the Dikut within the Dikut Science and Technology Park. We drive from here as a center of as a Directorate of Innovation and Community Linkage. So in this, we have decided the desired output of Science and Technology Park and development of new and innovative products and services which have to relate to the market and society in order to generate jobs and wealth. And we're doing that. For example, in the science, in our STL program, which is an anchor client within the Science and Technology Park, we have already employed our own close to 50 students of our own, apart from having developed the company from scratch. A technology that we owe it to COVID, because when COVID struck, one of the things that happened is the airports were closed. And what next? We could not get members, we could not get people from elsewhere to come and help us develop or anchor or commission the company. So our students, in collaboration with our expertise around, were able to develop that company is currently working, employing over 50 of our own. We have also looked at this in this collaboration with the industry enhances higher mobility of researchers from academia to industry. That's how we link, and we have a number of programs currently we are doing with the Kenya Bureau of Standards in collaboration with STN, development of some of the gadgets that we'll soon have on the market, like point of sale, quality assurance equipment. This has also enhanced a lot of knowledge flow between science and society. We are able to understand the needs of the community and work with it closely. We have also looked at researchers exchange of science for industry, especially spin-off companies. Right now, this year alone, we are talking about registering, and you can get it online, over 10 startup companies in a deliberately established center, which we call a Center for Startups. We have a hub. We grab. Once we learn of an innovation, we quickly pick it and we incubate it in what we call a D-hub. And once it reaches a point where it has a well-structured business plan, like what you were doing yesterday in terms of nurturing entrepreneurship, we quickly change push it to the next level where we have Dikut Startup Center. We entered into an acceleration program to be able to earn revenue. Because out of it, one of the things that we note is that the university has, in each of those companies, about 10% shareholding. And that means it adds to our revenue collection. And as the company makes more profit, we expect that that will also be reflected in the overall revenue of the revenue generation for the university. So you are looking at also nurturing international researchers, bringing on board very scientific linkages across, and that's why we are working in collaboration with quite a number of universities across the globe to be able to, and basically funding institutions as well. As you in my bio, we are working closely, and this year we are privileged to co-chair the UNESCO Chair for Advanced Manufacturing. We also house the UNESCO Chair for futuristic learning, and we are looking at coming up with a hub, and this can only be generated as a result of collaboration and partnership with ably enabled funding agencies, as well as partners that are like-minded to think alongside our path. So in terms of the thematic areas that we have, and this is not theory, you can walk here at one time, probably you can have a touch of what we are doing in terms of collaborations. So in design and manufacturing, we in development and commercialization of innovative devices, and we're hoping that probably could be one of our clients as well. We are already doing assembly of laptops and learning devices in general. We participated in the DLP program too in terms of design, and we do not stop. We also have a way in which that funding can be done. So those are the three important themes that I don't want to go through them again. The anchor programs that we are quite in motion dealing with currently is, for example, data science and artificial intelligence. Currently, we are the chair for the African Data Center, which we have a whole center that is dedicated to it. We call it DISEL, and this one aims at building capacity in this area. Currently, we are training 9 young researchers with focus on problem solving, moving from prototypes to deployment. Currently, we are looking at health, developing diagnostic tools for medical imaging, and some of the devices under consideration by KEMS and KPC for possible use in the market, because this is target-oriented. It's a problem that's coming from working closely with the medics to be able to develop these devices. Now, as I've said, in our science and technology park and the delivery centers that we have formed, these are some of the partners and the drivers that we have used and some of the things that we are doing. In it, as I've listed here, all these partners, especially for the science and technology park, and also establishment of centers that are purposed to be able to show that it is possible, and that we cannot only keep on crying that we really don't have money. So for example, in a startup weekend like this, what do? We look at, we start from, we exercise the minds of our young, talented young men, from ideation, prototyping, business modeling, validation, pitching, and launching of the business. And from there, we pick up those kind of businesses and we quickly register them. So we are working on this kind of model to be able, I know most of these are not new to you. They are much valuable, but it's just a point of mention that they have been of great help to our technological growth, and also to spear through our way of thinking and format our way of looking at innovation, our way of looking at coming up with issues or solving societal issues without really crying about money, which everybody knows that probably money is a scarce commodity. So what I'm trying to show you is some of the things that have come up of collaborations and various centers that are deliberately established. Now, what I'm trying to show you is also some of the partnerships that we have. For example, if it is yogurt, for example, if you can Google, if you have access, this is our utility model. sorry. These are utility models that we have for our Dikut yogurt. And also from this, we have extended to selling it to Wakulima Dairy. In terms of Coffee Technology Center, as I showed you, those delivery centers we have done, and some of the partnerships currently are working with the Italian government to be able to support specialty coffee development within, and also some Korean. Here we have addressed a huge societal problem in terms of farmers of coffee technology. They had no idea of how of the quality of the coffee they have, and there was a lot of exploitation in this. And the Coffee Technology Center has been able to develop a coffee testing center. We have one of its kind, coffee testing and cupping. So most of the cooperatives around here, they have a point of reference when they have issues with their coffee, especially when they're being exploited by middlemen. So we provide that, and we have developed huge capacity in this area. And therefore, this is open for the society and collaborations. In terms of the hub, this some of the things I'm talking about, development of ideas. The ideas could be as crude as this one, where you have so many wires out, but this is where the work begins before we come up into finer and then to make it into a specific grid. This is what we do in our Dedan Kimathi University Hub for development of very crude ideas like what you can see, so many wires, and then finally we refine them to things that you can be able to touch and do. And then you can finally overcome into huge problems like and solutions like what we have as a grid, smart grid. Now, in terms of partnerships, because I said we have partners within the science and technology hub. Our aim is to develop a local content roadmap, and we have done that right now. We have partners that we are looking at by 2023, we should be in full manufacturing. We have had issues of looking for financial partners, which we have overcome. So we are building on what was the OLP program, Digital Program 1, which ran between 2015 and 2016. They didn't realize much. There are a few other things that we learned from that end. And now that we have capitalized on that and brought in a new aspect in terms of developing a local private business, in terms of as anchors within the Science and Technology Park, that is, we are graciously gifted to have it within the university. And we are looking at not what they did here. What they wanted to do here was basically assembly, get the parts and assemble. We have moved, we are looking at how we can make the motherboard itself, mount on it, and assemble everything, and then come up with the full manufacturing by 2023. And we're working on this towards this. At least by the grace of God, we have been able to harness a lot of funding partners and a number of willing people to be able to help. What our target is to be able to have a fully assembled Kenyan digital learning device, and with full human capacity to provide sufficient jobs. So for us, having engineers without a job is a shame. And that's why we are ensuring that most of our engineers should be able to get this job. So building on what was, we are looking at a full capacity, and we expect 1,000 direct high-skilled jobs across all electronic manufacturing facilities. And where to begin it is here. We have reference in countries like, for example, Egypt and India, which are doing quite well in terms of this manufacturing. And they had some commitment, and that is what we are trying to look at. Because for us to be able to have a good impact on the economy, then we need to have developed sufficient full capacity, which is high skilled in all electronic manufacturing areas. So this is the type of projection that we are looking at, and we are working towards it very, very keenly. We know that there are huge market here. So in terms of manufacturing, the facility we have equipment on the ground, and what you're looking at is simply upgrading. to be able to develop what we could call Build Kenya by buying what we have within, and to ensure that there's effective transfer of knowledge from our staff, from our students to the community, and that the community also builds in us by entrusting and believing in what we can do. And this is the far that we are able to do. So I'm just sharing a bit of this. These are some of the patterns that practically we have a link between the academia and the industry. This is a material I developed when I was in doing my postdoctoral studies in the South. So these are some of the patterns that we have. For example, this is a US pattern. This Chinese and Japanese patterns that we are able to graciously get. Now, what have we done with this material? Because it's not enough. Having a patent is useless unless there's something forthcoming out of it. Obviously, in terms of policy and structure, our government, our Kenyan government policy may not favor it, and that's why probably doing it with other partners elsewhere may be able to favor it because of the financial muscle. For example, getting a US patent alone, in terms of if you convert that currency to Kenya, it costed us about 100 million. And 100 Kenyan currency close to 100 million, because the other one is 98,000 rand. So it becomes a bit expensive. But now, what after investing that, what do you really get out of it? So in it, one of the things we did was to quickly make money for the university, and that means to be able to formulate a gadget or some device out of it. And one of the devices we realized that material, apart from what I cannot tell you now, the other one is doing, because that's already bought by Phoenix. So what I can tell you is what probably we've done from here is a first modulation. You know, when it comes to communication, one of the areas that you really need to do is to develop a communicative way where, for example, it's not easy for someone to tap in. And if you look at the radio communication in your phone uses frequency modulation. But now, if you wanted to get the same information you're hearing, but without you knowing that we are hearing what you're saying, then we change a little bit. We change that frequency modulation to phase modulation. Basically, you will never know we are hearing what you're saying, and you will never know we are seeing you. And that's how we realize the material can do. And we got this very cheap way of making it. We simply modulate and anchor it on the device, and we're able to tap into any signal on the surface of the earth. So, but that's the whole thing we are working on. Some of in terms of proof of concepts, we needed to do a few basic things. One was to determine the phase shift, which is affected by graphene, and as well as phase modulation temporal profiles. We need to look at what will be the insertion loss, because we need to be ahead of what you are thinking. We want to look at the extinction ratios for the modulators, determine the power consumption. Some of these devices, this device and this material, I can tell you it can work on any surface, and it can last as long, because in itself, it has got its own driver. As I said, we have other things that we do in terms of the normal transfer, electrical transfer, which we're used to using electricity. We basically very slow moving electrons. We can do things differently, all right? So we are looking at, so these are some of the things that we did, basic things to be able to save. And that's the assembly. You can be able to see quickly signal generation, phase modulation. This is how crude it is. As I tell you, when you're nurturing an idea, you really don't need to think very sophisticated. We begin from very crude assembly. This is how the modulator works. But now this is what exactly happens when you look at it on an oscilloscope. So it becomes very basic like this. And we are able to establish phase shifts. We needed to look at insertion losses, right? And it was amazing on how the material that appears very easy in architecture could be able to be reflected quite easily. And finally, what will be the extinction ratios? And you can see The other one, when we impose it in a different biasing, you can see the signal here. If you look at the first signal, it's so huge. And when you impose it instead in terms of how extinct it can be able to make, you can see how it reduces. So quickly, we can be able to relate to what we can quickly say in terms of how much do we consume and how much do we are able to make. So in terms of findings, we found that the material is so good. And that's why Phoenix, for example, has gone for it. And we're hoping that it's going to play a huge role in terms of military communication or in secret, confidential message transfers from security organs and other agencies that require secrecy in terms of signal, in terms of information passing, in terms of data collection, right? Because at the end of the day, we need to drive. Everybody needs to survive somehow in terms of huge data that we're generating every day. You need to know whether you are safe as a president, as a military unit, how safe is your information being transferred. So the conclusions is that this kind of material is quite ideal in an operating voltage of 2 volts. That is small enough, and because the material itself generates the voltage, and it's something that probably I'm not sharing today. This can be deployed in space, can be deployed in very remote areas that we do not really need to have. We would not have the ability to check every other day. So it's quite rugged in terms of performance, and therefore what we noted, it has got an extinction ratio which obtains within the ideal range of the modulator between 10 and 15 decibels. Because we are not limited, and we know that we can still go a bit far, we are saying that this research can still be done to lower much more of the insertion losses and power consumed for better performances. So this work is still in progress. This is just part of what of our master's students, my master's student has been doing. And I have 3 other PhD students working on spintronics first in the South and then in the UK. So to be able to quickly sell off the other IP rights that this material has. And actually, I want to thank you so much for listening. I would welcome any questions from your side. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Olengo. Now we welcome questions and comments. So we'll move the mic around. For those on online, you can raise up your hand or you can post in the chat. So in the meantime, Doctor, you can just run through the chat. There are a couple of questions for you there. Is there anyone in the room who has a... All right. 1 second.
Thank you. Okay, sir. Dr. Olengo, we really appreciate what you have given us. Looks a bit complicated to some of us, but we can maybe ask a simple questions. I just wanted to ask usage of the available resources in agriculture, for example, water development and all that. I'm just wondering that there's so much water in the Indian Ocean, in the lakes, and maybe waters that flow from some place towards the oceans and so forth. Is there no way Kenya can attract and form rains from the waters of Indian Ocean or other places where we have plenty of water? We are told that there is so much water also underneath. I mean, these are available resources. Isn't there no cheaper, easier technology that can help us, especially those people or peoples who are in very, very terrible dry areas? That's one. The other thing is Sometimes we remember the Nyayo car. Isn't there no? Can we have Kenya to do something and help us in mobility in an easier manner? And so forth. Things like some people are great farmers and there's a lot of milk that it's gotten. Is there no way we can have cheap equipment, machinery that can help us keep and protect the milk, especially in very dry areas? I don't know whether that is relevant, but I think Kenya is in a position of helping itself with the available resources. Thank you.
Just hold on to those questions, Dr. as we get more from the audience here.
Can I respond to that?
Hold on for a second. We get more questions from the audience.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the good presentation and a lot of enlightenment. I am Professor Nismuchangi, School of Medicine. I have a question regarding the funding because during the presentation, Dr. Olengo, what I saw is mostly funding from the government. You talked of PPP. I didn't see much, and I would like a bit of enlightenment on how to engage the private partnership, or also like Kemu being a private university, how do we tap into the public funds? Thank you.
I hope you got the question, Doc.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you for very good presentation. But I would like just to raise a personal concern that the innovation is very good and very scientific. Everything there's a lot of science in it. My concern is the society in which the innovations are going on is a society with a very high level of illiteracy in science. What are you doing to give literacy to science so that these innovations can be sustained for the future? Thank you.
All right, I think Dr. Olengo, you can take up those questions as we check on the online audience.
Okay, thank you so much. As starters, there's much you can do, right? In my mother tongue, we say, you can only scratch your back where your hand can reach. That's the first beginning thing. Then the first thing is that we need to understand who we are. We need to understand our capacity. And the Lord asked Moses, "What do you have in your hand?" And Moses said, all I have is a stick, right? And he demonstrated that stick can do things in some way that's scary at first, but you learn that it's magic. But if you recognize what you have, then you can do magic, greater things than you expected. What is the university doing in terms of water? As I said, one of the things that we are doing as a university is to use the little that God has given us. The greatest gift that God has given us is a human resource. And that human resource is the students that have and staff that are highly motivated to work on to enrich their own capacity and also to enrich the capacity of the university. The university has this far been able to recognize that water is an integral part of the human existence. Look here, we have been able to establish a center for water quality management and resource. And that's why we participate in the local environment here, in our local environment here, for example, in River Water Users Association, the RUA, Muringato RUA. We are part of the Regional Center of Excellence in terms of for rural water harvesting, of which our directorate is the Secretariat. We are working closely with our Nyawasko for Nyeri Water Development, Water and Sanitation Company. We are in partnership with us. We provide human skill development for the managers and for people working in that area. So that is the far that we can go. We may not be able to talk about the ocean purification and desalination processes, because at least we know that there's Pwani University, which is closer to that point. But where we are, we deal with the water resource management aspect that we have in the around. We have developed a program for geology. That extends to utilization of resources within the earth surface and the minerals. We are working closely with Olkaria and the Kenya Power Generation Station, the KPLC, at the other side. That is the farthest we can go and develop the human skill. We trained some of not some. Actually, we trained most of the Kenya Power Generation and KenGen staff, both at masters and undergraduate levels. So that's how far we are looking at management of our resources by developing strategic programs that address the needs of the society. In terms of value addition, for example, I've just said the innovations that we are talking about here are not far-fetched. First of all, I think the community interest. And that's why I've just talked about that we have sold our IP to Mukurweni Dairy. This is a kind of value addition, both to the coffee farmers and the milk producers around our area. So when you visit Nyeri, you come across this particular kind, come across royal yogurt, please buy it and promote us in some way. Wherever you are, when you buy it, we are sure that 3 shillings comes to Dikut. So buy as many, please. Don't buy one. So at least buy as at least 4. That way we are sure 3 times 4 is 12 shillings. So if we have 100 people or 1,000 people buying, that means it's 12,000 shillings in some respects. That's how we multiply our economy, our revenue generation. In terms of innovations, and I've said, like the one I've just demonstrated to you, it's not high end. This was in response to a talk that we had with South African military personnel, and in terms of they were looking at, they had realized that some of the intelligence information was being leaked, and they're wondering which way to go. And one of the things we said, we can be able to, we know from the science perspective, if we are an electrical engineering and or communication in the communication field, you understand various ways in which we transmit data. So, but we wanted to find out in how we can transmit it in a bit what we could call Hall effect kind of thing. In terms of, in fact, we call it pseudo. We have the wave, but now we change completely the face. So you won't be able to see anything. The other person won't be able to see anything, but you'll be able to see and feel and hear. So, and that's very important when it comes to military communication for intelligence. And that's how they gave us a challenge. And we were looking at the things. By that time, I still have an active running a research group in the South. We call it the Nanoscience and Technology Research Group, which is funded by partly basically by the South African Technology and Innovation Agency. All right. So that's the kind of work that we do, and it goes into it's quite heavy in terms of financing. But when you have people who are deliberate to achieve something, anything good is always costly. Now, there's a question that a lot of it that I've talked about is public funding. I don't think so, because the things that we have done, the computer I'm using right now to talk to you is part of the product of our innovation in linked devices. This one, we call it a 6 look above. It's as a result of a public-private partnership. As a government institution, we may not have the equipment that can be able to assemble a full SMT line. That is surface mounting technology. We may not be able, we don't have that kind of funding. So this funding must come from some other, and that other person is somebody who is ready to work with us, all right? So that is where the public-private partnership comes in. We have an assembly line which is funded by other by partners. What we supply to them is the human resource and the space, but the machinery is theirs. That machinery, that is a 50 million facility, right? And assembling this require, first of all, you need a chip. That chip, we have a company here, which we associate with. We call it Semiconductor Technologies Company. If you could have been very keen, probably last year, you could have had a company that President Uhuru came to open. That company is manufacturing chips. What we are saying is that when you want a digital learning device, all you need to tell us is what kind of memory, what kind of speed you want. You're able to design it for you and be able to come into completion. That's a huge facility. I would wish that you come and visit. It's a huge facility. The equipment is in hundreds of millions of shillings. In fact, let me tell you, it is a 1.2 billion shilling facility. We don't have that kind of money. So that's how public and private partnership comes in. The government providing space, the government providing human resources, because I'm paid by the government. So I facilitate in terms of that, in terms of linkage, and in terms of bringing in students. The project I've just shown you, my student is working in there to be able to accomplish that other part that I've told you that we need to perfect, right? So that kind of work is as a result of working in collaboration. And what has helped us, in as much as your government facility is a government institution, my boss, the Vice Chancellor, has allowed me and has allowed most of us to reduce the red carpet. So I really don't need a lot of permissions before I initiate a collaboration with anybody, so long as I've determined that that collaboration shall have a revenue generation for the university, and even if it will be either direct revenue generation or indirect revenue generation, we may have the association with the next person could help us get in touch with another person. You see, that will be indirect revenue generation, but the first it began with an association with one, and then it moved to a point B. In chemistry, we call it, that was an indirect band gap, where we have 1, 2, 3 steps before we have a transition in between. So when we minimize a lot of bureaucracy, I must consult so-and-so, I must talk to so-and-so before I get approval, those ones we don't have. So long as we have determined it does not pose a risk to the university, it has a positive impact on the university, and it has a positive growth to the students that we nurture here, then we do it. The other thing, I don't know if there's another one. Somebody said that the science is a bit out of space. It's not out of space. Nothing here is, there's one question here, I think. It says your model is based on, aligned towards that. Workable findings, recommendations. What's this?
If you are checking on the online questions, I want to believe it is one on the role of social sciences.
Yes, get approval unless you bring in social sciences to unpackage the said findings and recommendations. Yes, that's very good. That's why we are a part of the program of the POC. The POC is Development of Entrepreneurial Universities in Kenya, and as I said, if you leave engineers to think, they are only thinking about Pythagoras theorem, they're only thinking about the law of the law of stochastic theories, the laws of chaos, all right? But they don't address the real human need. That's why, what have we done? We have a school of business and management and economics, but now we have gone a step further. We have established a center for entrepreneurship and innovation management to bring in, to cloth this, the things that the hard engineers know, to make it simpler, to be addressing the human resource, to unpackage this to a way that it can be understood by the community and the usability. That's why we have this center here has calculated in every program in our university. We have entrepreneurship program to make it, to integrate it to the common. And then we have gone another step to ensure that we have each and every student now can decide to and elect to have a minor in life skills. And life skills is teaching about social integration units, soft skills that can address the human relation that we have in the society. So that's the end we are thinking about. We might not have done it perfectly, but we have established Center for Entrepreneurship. We have established an Institute of Gender Studies to teach human soft skills and allow you to have and even a minor degree on social soft skills, what you call life skills.
All right, thank you, Dr. I think my hour clock has been consumed.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks for those insightful comments and contributions, as well as your presentation. We have been invited to Dedan Kimathi, and now we are coming by bus.
Please.
So expect a lot of visitors for benchmarking, and probably because in 30 minutes we couldn't really get the best of you. So we will be visiting your institution to understand a bit more about how you're able to achieve that much.
Karibuni sana.
In case you still have any comments, post them on the chat, and we'll be happy to take them and respond as we progress on with the program. So I'll hand it over to the chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lengo, for that very insightful. We are challenged, and now at least we know these things are just not on the paper, but they can be done. As you have colleague, we are on the way to learn more on how you're attracting funds so that we can be also at par. I want to thank everybody again for staying on. I know we are a little bit behind. We have 80 participants online. Thank you very much for joining us. We recognize you, we appreciate you, and we are happy that you're here and we're going to learn together. There's a lot that is in store for us as we try to offer solutions and to disseminate this research that we've done. And now, I think we'll not take a break. We will move on to the next session. And our rapporteur, our chair for the next session is Dr. Lawrence Mulira. And the rapporteur is Dr. Carol Kawila. I want to welcome them. Dr. Lawrence, I know you're there. You take us through the morning session. Please use the chat again and keep asking questions. Dr. Olengo is online. He will continue to respond to our questions online in case you miss something. I'm sure he will keep giving us the answers to any of the questions that you may have. Thank you all. And Dr. Mulira, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, our able chair, Professor Wanja. Are we taking a break or we start with the first session, Chair?
I think we can take the first session and we can take a break after that for maybe 10 minutes after the first session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. My name is Lawrence Mwenda Murira. I'm the Dean, School of Science and Technology at Kenya Methodist University. So I'll be your chair for this morning session. My rapporteur is Dr. Karo Kawila. And just some house cleaning. We need people to, ask questions on the chat. We really encourage that. However, we will have a 20 minutes questions and answers session. And also for the presenters, I would encourage you to, also engage with other participants who will be, asking questions on the chat, because we are trying to save on time. So first and foremost, the three presenters, Reverend Gerald Kidhure, Mohamed Gedi, and Peterson Jero, are you on call?
Kidhure is present, sir.
Reverend, you're there?
I'm there, sir.
Yes, I'm also there.
Mohamed
Gedi, yes, I'm also
Good.
there.
Peterson? I see you're there. So you're muted, but I can see you. So for the secretariat, we can start off with presentation from Reverend Gerard Kidhure on assessment of factors contributing to low church attendance and absenteeism, a case study of Methodist Church of Kenya, Nyambene Synod. Welcome, Reverend.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm Kidhure Gerard, as you've been told, and thank you for the presentation from Dr. Moses. I'm doing a presentation on assessment of factors contributing to low church attendance and absenteeism, and this is a case study of MCK Nyambene Synod. Please, next slide. As noted from the topic of the research, my major concern is on investigation of the reasons behind the low church attendance and church absenteeism. And it's quite clear that it's good that we understand what is attendance. The attendance means that someone is present at a particular event or an institution. And also the church is a place where people meet together to fellowship, to worship, and even to do other things that pertains to the Christian way of beliefs. And also absenteeism may also be described as a practice of staying away from those assemblies or fellowships. And from the research, you'll find that many research have been taken place. And for example, you find an area whereby the Gallup International Group, which is based in America, took an opportunity to do the research in the year 2015. And they found out that the attendance in 1950s was as high as 49, but later it went down in the year later to 37%. Also in Africa, citing the case of South Africa, the membership in the Protestant churches among the Black people dropped by about 19%. That is the year between 2005 and year 2012. The figure was way above the global average of 9%, which has been noted in many cases. The other, in France, you find that 15% of citizens do not attend the church, and this one has been given on and on. The issue is that the problem of absenteeism does not only hurt the church, but it also hurts individual spiritual growth and maturity in Christian life. The church absenteeism has been creeping slowly in the church, and now it has reached a tipping point where the church needs to address it urgently before it drains off our members. Next, please. Next slide, we go to the statement of the problem. This study assesses the problem of the low church attendance and absenteeism in MCK Nyambene Synod. From recent data reported by the service attendants, the number of congregants attending weekly service has been declining steadily. And declining attendance statistics are also evident. For example, in the year 2010, in this synod, 13,208 adults and 6,001 youth were registered as members in their respective church across the synod in that year. In the first quarter, 650 adults and 80-20 youth did not meet the threshold of at least 3 services in a month. In the second quarter, this number increased by 1.5%, and in the final quarter, it also increased by 2.1%. Just as in the rest of the world, the reasons for the declining church attendance and absenteeism are largely unknown among the church clergy. At this time, the 0.1% to 1 annual contraction in attendance may seem insignificant in terms of numbers. However, the accompanying consequences threaten the beliefs and the values of the church profoundly. Next, please, next slide. The purpose of the Sunday was to investigate the reasons to why there is low church attendance and absenteeism from Sunday to Sunday at the MCK Nyambene Synod. And the objective are, I had 3 objectives in the whole basis, but I opted to take one for this because of the time. And this objective is to examine home-based factors that are contributing to low church attendance and absenteeism at Nyambene Synod. The research question is, what are the home-based factors contributing to low church attendance and absenteeism at the MCK Nyambene Synod? And then on the literature review, the next slide, please. The next slide on literature review, you find that several scholars have taken over this area. They have done a lot of investigations. We find a scholar like Pew Research Center, Shreddell, McCarthy, and others. And they all argue, among others, among other factors that contribute to low church attendance are related with the family in terms of parental level, in terms of parental level of education, family income, and also family size. And then I hope to take the theoretical review, that is secularization theory. And the proponent of the theory is Max Weber. And the theory predicted that as society develops in terms of modernization, science, and technology, religious authorities diminishes. It is also advocated by Stoch and Turner and Golda, who advocated that the religious gathering is determined by the competition between demand for religious goods and supply for secular goods. Next slide, please. On methodology.
Reverend, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, this is study employed descriptive research, and the target population was 2008. The sample size for this study comprised D79. Then we go to the next, please, the result and discussion. A total of 334 questions. Go to the next, please. A total of 334 questions were employed to youth. That is 163 youth, 171 members of men and women, and this represented 88.1%. Church attendance rating was used to examine the dependent variables. Conclusion: The study established a very strong correlation between the church attended by the youth and their parents. Thus, parents played a role. Youth with parents who cared less about them were likely to meet church. Equally unfriendly relationship between the youth and their parents greatly contributed to this. This finding supports the observation of faiths who stated that religion and family life are inherently intertwined institutions. Recommendation in respect to the home-based factors affecting low church attendance and absenteeism, the church wishes to make the following recommendations. First, the parents should endeavor to inculcate a warm and cordial relationship with their children in order to increase the prevalence of their children's church attendance. Secondly, church leaders should also devise creative ways of actively engaging the youth, since inactive youth engagement is associated with the church absenteeism. The church leadership should also come up with the policies to ensure uniform treatment is accorded to all members in times of need. The church leadership should also organize regular parenting seminars, as lack of proper parenting is associated with the church absenteeism. Finally, pastoral care needs to be intensified to identify members that fail to attend church regularly due to parental influence and church-based issues. Recommendation for further research. Since the study focused on church under the Methodist churches under the Methodist Church in Kenya, it is therefore suggested that the study be extended to other churches to assess whether different findings may be reached regarding factors contributing to the low church attendance and absenteeism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend. You are right on time. Please, you can be checking on the questions that will come up on the public chat. But as we wait for our next presenter, Mohammed Jedi, get prepared. Your presentation should be up anytime. My question would be, what is the consequence if there is absenteeism among these youth? What is the consequence?
Sorry?
No, it was just a question to think about.
Yeah.
What would be the consequence of members are absent?
Consequences.
Yes, just think about that. Okay, Mohammed Jedi, are you ready? You have 10 minutes for your presentation. We will have a question and answer session after our third presenter. Okay, you may start now.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Muhammad Gadi, the author of the article on knowledge sharing and sales force performance among the financial institutions in Somalia. And normally, as a PhD student, you are required to just publish in a way and present some articles for as a part of the requirements. This is one of those articles. Next, or may I share my screen? Okay.
We put your camera on also. We'll share for you. I think it's easier from our end.
Please, Mohammed, you can proceed.
Okay. For the knowledge management, and principally the knowledge management basically is defined as creating and retaining and sharing differentiated heterogeneous resources that are able to replicate. So the knowledge, when the knowledge becomes useful in the organization, members of the organization also start to share and utilize through creative thinking to solve the needs of their customers. That's the first variable of our study is the customer knowledge sharing among the staff of the sales force of the organizations, particularly financial institutions in Somalia. That is the introduction to the first variable of our article. The next variable, which is a dependent variable, arises from the financial institution sector, which comprises in Somalia commercial Central Bank of Somalia, commercial banks, money remittance providers, microfinance, and insurance companies. This is the performance where the business environment has led to these financial institutions to just examine their service processes and determine the role of the knowledge shared in the performance. This is the second variable. Our research has this question: what is the relationship between knowledge sharing, customer knowledge sharing processes among the sales force and the performance of the sales force in this sector? That's the question of our research. Our research is based on the theories. At the beginning, the first theory is the knowledge-based theory of a firm, which considers the knowledge the most strategic resource of a company, and also ability, motivate, and opportunity model or framework, which comprises the combination of the ability of the staff and the motivation and the opportunity given, how that will result the performance of the company, as well as the market orientation theory, which just to also highlight is the organizational structure. Then to investigate the relationship between the knowledge share among sales organization and performance in financial institutions in Somalia. This is the theories which are, when it comes to the methodology or to explanatory cross-sectional survey design, has been established on how sharing the information, knowledge influences the sales force performance of the financial institutions in Somalia. Also, a cross-sectional study was studied or was also used to determine the relation between the variables, and the sample population comes from the financial institution sector as a whole, and in categorically commercial banks, 25 respondents targeted from each organization. For example, commercial banks, insurance companies, remittance, and microfinance companies. These are numbers we were just selected to be sampled, and samples to be driven from these items. Next, this is the procedure sampling. The formula we use it to come up with this amount of 223 sample taken from the whole population, and this is the formula we use to come up to this. When it comes to the data collection instrument and the validity and reliability, the researcher used a structured questionnaire for primary data collection, and also close-ended questions used in the questionnaire provided responses that facilitated quantitative analysis and then testing hypothesis and proving of the conclusion. And also another conformity factor analysis was used for test the instrument validity, and also empirical and theoretical literature reviews was also ensured by identifying the measures for work, knowledge conversion, application of knowledge transfer, and from the culture of organizational effectiveness. And then reliability was also evaluated using Corpus alpha at the rate of 0.7. When it comes to the data collection and procedure, to avoid any discrepancies, to address the incidences of the non-response, 300 questionnaires were distributed to the selected institutions. Out of that 300 questionnaires, 244 were retained and found to be suitable for data collection, representing 81% response rate. The contribution of responses from the different institutions were like the data below. Commercial bank is 71%, commercial remittances, maybe 100. Insurance companies, 27%, and 46%, 18% from microfinance companies. This is a population, how we collected the data from. For example, for commercial banks, say five persons from each department, 5 times 5, then 25, 25 times 5, 125, and then 25% of the whole proportion of the population. And then a sample distribution, it gives us 56 staff members or managers to be interviewed through the process of survey. And then that goes with remittance, hawalas, insurance institutions, microfinance. And then at the end of that, we come to the total of samples distributed, 222, 223, and that number. Then
you have 2 minutes.
You have, this is the stage, how you can just statistically, how here where you can analyze the main standard deviation and the items, which will be explained by the next slide. There was moderate knowledge sharing among the mean of 3.8, but below 4. There was a homogeneity in the responses of the variable, where standard deviation was 1, implying there is a need to improve the knowledge sharing process to score above 4 level. And then organization performance was moderate, satisfactory, mean, and standard deviation with these respective numbers. And then this is the relationship. It shows the positive and significant relationship with the performance, where the knowledge sharing was also significantly related to organizational performance, with these numbers statistically expressed. This is the conclusion. Based on this research, positive network correlation between the knowledge sharing, customer knowledge sharing, and the sales force performance in financial institutions. And this is the recommendation that it is recommended for financial institutions to intensify their knowledge sharing processes to increase their competitiveness and address customer needs, and thereby sustaining dominance and competitive advantage in the business environment. Further, the organization culture needs to be more supportive of the knowledge sharing processes with the organizational staffs, because the knowledge sharing, it says, it's related to organizational performance. And thank you for listening, and comments are welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. You're within time, Mohammed. And our next presenter is Peterson Jeru. So Peterson, you are 10 minutes.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair and the team. My name is Peterson Jeru, presenting a paper on relationship between personal setting and sales performance of a state corporation in Kenya. Next. Next slide, please. Now, personal setting is a presentation by the firms, sales force, that is in a name of building customer relationship, increment of the sales of the corporation, and also giving awareness. So personal setting is an activity that is meant to increase the sales, and also in an aim to meet the competition and widening the marketing of the products, and also giving the customers or the consumers the taste of their products, and also increasing the sales volume. So through the personal setting, like banks representative explains to the clients and customers on how, where they give their services to the concerned consumers. Next. Commercial state corporations suggest and adopting the personal setting in their operations to remain relevant in the marketplace and to meet the competition which is in the world markets. And that appeal towards the concept of personal setting that has attracted the standard to investigate whether the personal setting could be adopted in the public sector and feel positive impact of this personal setting sales performance. Next. So despite the significant contribution of the promotion strategies in the economy we have, commercial state enterprise have consistently performed poorly in the Kenyan markets. Examples are banks, National Bank, National Oil, Kenya Meat Commission, Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, and many others. So the reports, an evaluation of the performance of commercial state corporations for the year 2019-2020, 83.3% of the performance of the state corporations have given the raw performance according to the target of state corporations entrusted by the government. Now, the conceptual framework, we have personal setting that as the elements to conceptualize or to perform in sales performance, where we have the persuading of customers as a personal setting element, oral conversations, direct interactions, and also reminding about the customers. That has performed in sales performance when the sales volume is increased, the sales growth is experienced, and also the targets are met. Next. Next. The objective of the study, the general objective of this paper, was to determine the relationship between the personal setting strategy on the sales performance of state corporations in Kenya. Next. This paper is anchored on this theory that instigates that research hypothesis that the advertisement, sales performance, and personal setting strategies have no relationship with the sales performance in the commercial state of corporations in Kenya. Next, the methodology that was used in this study adopted the descriptive research design, where 165 employees in state corporations, which were targeted at the unit of 55 marketing managers, sales managers also 55, and finance officers 55. So a census method was used, giving 165 respondents a chance to participate in the study. Questionnaire as an instrument was circulated, directed to the respondents. Both descriptive and inferential statistics were used. The next. The findings, we have that 143 questionnaires were properly filled and returned from the respondents, where 22 were never returned. Next. Now, the finding shows that there was a statistically significant association between the personal setting and the sales performance when the correlation analysis was done. So correlation shows that the association of personal setting and the sales performance was significant at the 0.01 level, where in a T2 tilt. Next. After carrying out the linear regression analysis, the research indicated that the sales promotion affected the sales performance of the operation in Kenya. Where we had regression as 0.578, where R squared was 0.334, and then when it was adjusted, the R squared was 0.329, with a beta coefficients of 0.971, where P value was less than 0.05. Next. The recommendation to this study, it recommended that the state corporation should fasten the selling process to encourage customers to instant purchases, where discounts were paramount, giving coupons and the price packs to their customers. And that one shows the sales, all those was to stimulate the purchases through a convention, trade shows, and the show consists at the giving free samples and the serving goods to their customers was also a paramount of the recommendation. Next. Thank you for that. God bless you.
Thank you very much for keeping time, Bonanjiro. So we are in our next session, which is a question and answers. I see there are a couple of questions on the chat for Reverend Kidure. You may want to respond. I see there are 3 of them. You can be responding as members, participants. Kindly, you can still engage with the presenters on the public chat. Reverend Kidure?
Yes. On the first question on consequences, if members are not attending the church, first, the first consequences is on the effect of the personal spirituality individually. When you do not attend the church, there is a tendency that probably you will not be able to grow spiritually well. And then secondly, there will be spiritual effect, because when you are not able to be able, probably when you are not spiritually strong, there are some effect. There are some things that may affect your life. There are some things that may drop you, or may affect your social, your economical, your spiritual abilities, in other words. And then there is also a consequences of lack of spiritual formation. We need each other. We need to hear the word of God so that our life may be able to change. And therefore, it's good that when we attend the church, we get spiritual nourishment through the word of God, through worshiping together, through fellowshipping together, through encouragement with other people of your group. And then also the church is a source of family guidance, whereby we find some spiritual formation, life formation issues that are dealt with. Seminars are there, workshops are done to enhance the growth of a member. And therefore, when you miss all this, it means there may be some consequences in your life. And also, when you go to the church, you are able to serve others with the gift that God has given you, because we've been given different gifts. And then secondly, on home-based factors that are whereby the doctors ask, how will the seminar work if parental church attendance is questionable? The issue that I'm trying to deal with is the irregular attendance. So you'll find that some parents will be available in the church, but due to various effects that I've discussed, you'll also find that the number becomes low on their roles in impacting the life of their children. Sorry?
Okay, you can proceed. We had lost you in some minutes, but it's okay.
Yeah, I was saying that when you educate the members that are present, it will stop the irregular attendance of members, because they will know the importance of the attendance, the importance of their role models as parents in the family, and especially to the young people who sometimes do not attend the church because most of the parents do not attend. So when you get the parents that attend, you are able now to create a consistency whereby those parents will continue to come in the church. And also, as the role of the church is also to look forward for those who are not attending. And then when they come, you are able now to teach them on the importance of the church. And then there was another question on the role of the church, and especially on the areas affecting the church-based factors. I told you that in my church I had 3 objectives, and one of it was to deal with the church-based factors that contributed to the low church absenteeism, church attendance and absenteeism. And I realized that the type of the messages that is given affect the kind of the functions that the church takes to the community also affect. Therefore, I have also dealt with that one in depth. It is within my thesis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me allow Peterson. There's a question that has come up on the public chat. You may answer or respond to that one.
Yes, Bona Chair, I had already aired in the chat, but I can also put in this way that the new running or the new knowledge that is extended, this one is implying or giving is that the consumers of any product in a marketing strategies, they need evidence, and therefore the evidence is when they are face to face and giving a physical product of what they are in need, so that they can understand or they can be explained in this personal setting strategy. In fact, that is a very new strategy, which most of the corporation has reviewed. It has been reviewed that they don't use it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So participants, I'll get only 3 questions for each presenter only.
I also want to ask a question, Chair.
Please proceed, Dr. Vivian.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, Peterson.
Morning to you.
Yes, my name is to you, considering that yes, your study was on promotional mix, one of the promotional mix that we consider when we're doing promotion, right?
Promotional strategy.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, when you're doing a promotional strategy,
yes,
there are areas that I want you to consider and maybe try to bring them on board.
Yes.
Number one, I want you to know that when you're doing or considering any promotional mix,
yes,
you have to, consider the type of industry.
yes.
For example, you're talking about, is it oil industry?
National oil industry?
Yeah, that is oil industry, that is.
It is
now,
one of the corporations.
Many a times we
yes,
did the personal selling to service manufacturing industries.
Yes.
Basically. That is one thing you need to also bring on board, so that you also consider cross-check. As you do your discussion, you cross-check. Yes. When you do a personal selling to a service yes, industry, there is more impact than when you're doing maybe a goods manufacturing industry. So maybe you can cross-examine that and consider in your study. Secondly, I'd like maybe just as an advice, yes, that also when you're doing consideration of the promotional strategy,
yes,
you have to consider the element of, we call it life cycle. Where is it? Because we have the push and pull strategies. The pull is when the industry is starting.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
The introduction stage, the growth stage, you have to consider something like personal selling, where now you have to convince people on, taking your product. It is the pull strategy. So where were you considering this? When was this? All right. So yes, that you also bring in the issue of push and pull strategy.
It is. Okay.
That as in your study, it will make it more, it gives it more density, all right?
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
So
in my thesis, In my thesis, it is there because it is one of the theory, push and push, it is one of the theory.
Yeah, very, very
Thank you.
important. So
Thank
tell
you.
us where you are and at least emphasize on that so that someone looking at your document will
Yes.
know that you brought some strategy which was based on some research. Thank you.
Noted.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll only pick one question because of we've already eaten our health break. If no question, let's take a 10 minutes health break up to 11:25. We'll be back. So Ali, Munira, Alex Kibet, and Susan Laiboni, please be ready, be on call. So we'll be back at 11:25. Otherwise, enjoy your healthy break.
They are cute no matter what they do, but there's nothing cute about fever. Cannibal baby and infant stops to let them fever and just Vizazi hadi vizazi ya kufahamu wewe uliye Mungu wa kale na uliye Mungu wa leo. Kazi zako zaonyesha ukuu wako wewe. Umetukuka, umeinuliwa ewe Bwana. Vizazi hadi vizazi ya kufahamu wewe uliye Mungu wa kale na uliye Mungu wa leo. Kazi zako zaonyesha ukuu wako wewe. Umetukuka, umeinuliwa ewe Bwana. Nikitazama matendo yako na nguvu zako wewe, yadhihirika machoni mwangu, wengine wote ni miungu. Uumbaji wako waonyesha hekima yako wewe, watukuzwa kati ya mataifa milele Bwana. Tazama matendo yako na nguvu zako wewe, yadhihirika machoni mwangu, wengine wote ni miungu. Uumbaji wako waonyesha hekima yako wewe, watukuzwa kati ya mataifa milele Bwana. Kinywani mwangu wa jinsi ulivyo wewe, wakusanyiko la watu wako, nikuinue Mungu wangu, nionyeshe heshima zako malangoni mwako wewe, na kutukuza na kuinua ewe Bwana. Sifa zako ni kinywani mwangu kwa jinsi ulivyo wewe, wakusanyiko la watu wako, nikuinue Mungu wangu, nionyeshe heshima zako malangoni
Okay. Welcome again, participants, to our second session this morning. I want to know if Ali, Munira, are you on call?
Yes, I am.
Alex Kibet, are you on call?
Yes, sir.
Suzanne?
Yes,
Right.
please.
Okay.
I am. Thank you.
Fantastic. Let's have our secretariat put up the presentation for Ali, Munira. Mr. Palma Imbenzi, are you through with your healthy break? Okay, sure. Once you get to you, Kibet, we will allow you.
Thanks.
Just a little patience. I'm waiting for my rapporteur and the secretariat at our main campus to get back.
Oh, we are back. We are already here.
Okay. Let's have Munira's presentation up. Okay, you may start and you have exactly 10 minutes.
Sorry, I think I had shared another PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Yeah. I would like to present the other one I sent.
Okay, let's move to the next presenter as we sort that one out.
Okay, our next presenter is Kibet. Kibet will be uploading his presentation. So you can proceed as we sort the other one. Alex, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. You can now run the show.
Thank you. My name is Alex Kibet. I think I have an override of someone who has already shared the screen as well. There's someone who has already overridden. Maybe you should allow me to share. Could we have the other?
Slides, Kibet, you want to share or we share what you send us?
I want to share. Allow me to share.
Okay, 1 minute. Proceed, Kibet.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope you can see my screen. Yeah, my name is Alex Kibet. I'll be presenting a paper titled Towards the Next Generation of Cryptocurrency for Electronic Commerce. This is my abstract. This paper I'm doing and presenting in this conference is looking at the cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency and blockchain has been a technology that has attracted so many people for the last few years because of the good features that it has for improving information technology and information systems. For example, various fields have been employing this, for example, identity management, supply chain, land registry, and many more others. Most important of all these use cases is what we are calling monetary sector. And these are employing, the monetary sector is employing cryptocurrency and blockchain in form of cryptocurrencies because it has an ability to provide a secure transaction, tamper-proof, and a transaction that you can verify. So because of this, there's been a lot of development because of the good features. And each time there's been a new improvement, new in cryptocurrency being developed. Like in the current market, we have over 3,000 cryptocurrencies with a huge capital, market capitalization. So this research came in and said, if there is continuous production and development of new cryptocurrencies, and there's a huge market capital that is growing each day, how can we guide the future type of cryptocurrencies? So with this research thought of looking at the cryptocurrencies, I like the weaknesses so that it can be a baseline and a guiding principle for the next cryptocurrency to be designed. So that is the same what we have in our introduction. Like the reason why we are applying cryptocurrencies to the banking sector and finance is because there's a lot of research on the improvement of financial sector. And a research by someone known as Bayram that was carried around 2020, another that was carried by CTNA around 2020, said technology has been transforming the banking sector, but still there is two huge problems. One is lack of universal access to financial service, and there's what you call inefficient cross-border payment. Like for now, you'd want to receive money from Uganda, you'd want to receive money from US, or all those people who are from diaspora, because that is one of our main foreign exchange. But because we are just still relying on the central-based kind of money. So because of that, cryptocurrency and its features was built to be one of the technology that would transform and troubleshoot that particular problem. But up to now, cryptocurrency has failed because of so many reasons. One of them being high volatility. Like you can be given 2 Bitcoins today worth 100,000. In the next 3 minutes, the same 100,000 could be a million, or could be less than 10 shillings. So because of that, it's not a very good a medium of exchange or even a monetary item. So for example, around 2017 to 2018, Ethereum against the US dollar will experience over 120% inflation. So that one became one of the reasons why we need to review at this technology. Again, because of the features, good features, and the need to solve the issue of cross-border payment and inefficient universal access to financial services, so many people have been coming forward to see how can we improve this technology, because it's a technology that is promising to troubleshoot all the issues that are related to the current central kind of payment systems. So, for example, the Kenyan government, through a paper called discussion paper, was forwarded around February this year, seeking public participation on how best can we improve on this particular technology and issue what we call central bank digital currency. So it's still going on. We actually gave out a feedback and we're still waiting to see what the government will say about that. So what is the problem to this? I said the problem is we have so many cryptocurrencies. Each day new cryptocurrencies coming with huge and growing market capitalization, that we really need to look at this technology and say, how can we improve on it so that tomorrow we have a guiding principle for tomorrow's design. So this paper looked at the present cryptocurrency using a systematic review to see what are some of the issues that can be addressed to improve on this technology. So it uses systematic review. So to carry out the systematic reviews, various methodologies were put in place. One of the main is how do we ensure a good quality and reliable. Also, because we're doing a systematic literature review, we needed to have also a framework that could guide how do we collect information from identifying problem all the way to when we present the results. So we were guided by what you call Waitmore, and this is a very huge name. You can see that particular name, that was guided, which started from problem formulation all the way to how do we present the literature review information. Again, we also wanted to have a way of presenting how we collected information, how we filtered information, to how do we even present that particular sources that we use to get information from this. We had huge data from various sources, like 903 from a primary source that we identified with a specific criteria and other sources, which was around 183. So when we feel that duplicate and those which do not meet the inclusion criteria and those with features that did not wanted to include our study, we remained with 191 valid sources that we considered are of good quality. And out of that, we read 66 before reaching what we call theoretical saturation, that even if we wanted to still continue, we could not identify a new weakness. So after looking at that, other than that, we also had what we call critical appraisal, a tool for assessing quality. So with the critical appraisal tool, we looked at how do we decide eligibility of a source. How we used what we call eligibility, which is inclusion and exclusion. We used what we call publication distribution in terms of year and even in terms of search engine. For example, we did not include anything from Wikipedia. Paper citation, we looked at those papers that are mostly read and mostly cited. Why? Because we thought we trusted that. We used that as a criteria. And then in terms of selecting, we started reading all the most cited document and the most recent document as we move towards the whole documents. So after reading all the sources, we found 18 weaknesses that we would say, if someone today wants to come up with a new cryptocurrency, he would come up to this particular table and look at them. So in terms of hierarchy, out of the 66 read, volatility was mentioned 66 times. So we feel that based on this weight, we believe that this is the most disturbing issue when it comes to cryptocurrency. So all the way from volatility to mining processes were the weaknesses that were mentioned. So on the full paper, you will see what was said about volatility, conversion issues, and even the mining process as what was said about it. So in terms of percentage, this is it. In terms of number of papers mentioned out of the reviewed 66 before reaching the saturation point.
Alex, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Wow.
So for the 3 minutes, allow me to just say, thesis section of a thesis that I did on designing of a cryptocurrency, we are calling the next generation cryptocurrency to replace the current cryptocurrencies that is not backed on anything. So we created a new cryptocurrency that maybe we are there to launch. The reason why I just picked a section on review is because the same work is being a central bank developed some interest. We are trying to engage them. But we thought before we just unleash the full information about the research, we wanted first of all to have the patenting plus the copyright before we could just disclose it. But as soon as we are through with that, I'm also willing to come and present the same in the next conference from KCA. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you, Alex. You're most welcome. The floor is always open for you. It's a new area for so many people, and also so much interest because of taxation and all that, and also, you know, interoperationality in terms of transactions.
Yes.
Our next presenter is Ali Munira. Ali Munira. Alex, okay. Is this the right one? Munira?
Yes.
Okay. You have 10 minutes. You can start now.
Okay. My title is Relationship between Flexible Working Arrangements and Employee Retention Among State Corporations in Mombasa County. I haven't indicated my lectures by Eunice Kirimi and Dr. Wilson Mwema. I just wanted to clarify that. Next slide, please. Have the next slide, please.
Could you have it in our presentation mode, please? Secretariat. We could be having some network challenges from the other side.
Can I try sharing my screen?
Sure, but let me first of all get confirmation. Chair Professor Wanja. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear.
Could you kindly put the PPT in?
Let her share what she has for now.
Let her share her screen if she can do so.
Okay, sure.
Wow. Is it visible?
Not yet.
Not yet.
One sec.
No.
Then, Munira, if you're facing some challenges, could you kindly present in the next one, because you're really beyond time. Eh?
Okay, I'm really having some challenges.
Okay, okay. Susan, are you ready? Madam Susan Leboni? Okay,
Yes.
if you're ready, then let's have a secretariat put up your presentation so that now you may start.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, all of you. My paper is derived from my PhD thesis, and my presenters are Professor Kingoria and Professor Senaji. And the topic is a relationship between enterprise capabilities and value creation in the Kenyan-owned enterprises. And I would like to start by saying the study established the relationship between capabilities and value creation. And I dwelt on two capabilities. One of them is human capital. And let's move to the next slide, please. And the other one is knowledge or prospecting. These two, to me, are very important in mining industry because they are used to guide. You have gone, please go up a bit. There, we are okay there. They guide miners on how to extract minerals, but not only minerals, but quality minerals. And I'll start by saying the reason why I embarked on this study, I established that so many countries that are on mining. And I named a few here: Russia, Ukraine, USA, Canada, South Africa, Namibia, Tanzania, and others, which are not included in this paper, are doing very well where mining is concerned and its contribution to these economies. However, when we look at the Kenyan mining industry and its contribution to GDP, especially in 2020, according to the Bureau of Statistics, it had only contributed 1%. And I don't think whether this situation has changed to date. So I'm saying it's quite a small contribution to our economy. And so many researches has been carried, I've established that. The findings are that we are endowed with a lot of minerals, both industrial and gemstones. Then the question here is it that we are lacking capabilities? And you remember those who are in yesterday, I presented another paper on resources. but also concentrating on Kenyan-owned enterprises. So then I'm saying this mismatch can be attributed to problems hindering the extraction of commercial value minerals. So then I've also confirmed that Kenyan-owned enterprises will extract, yes, a lot of minerals, but at the end of the day, these minerals are of very low quality and they hand them very little, very little. So then they are unable to move forward. Then my methodology is, I employed a cross-sectional survey strategy to examine these relationships. And a questionnaire was used for data collection. And a Likert scale of 1 to 5 with nominal and categorical measures facilitated the measurements of this study. SPSS version 22 software was used to facilitate the analysis. And then, as I said earlier, my research variables were human capital capability and knowledge of prospecting capabilities. Let's go down, please. I don't want to repeat that. So then I'll talk about the findings of this study. When I analyzed Cronbach's alpha reliability test, I got where human capital capability is concerned, the result was 0.83, and prospecting knowledge capability, the result was 0.8. And this one is clearly, or clearly shows us that it passes the threshold of 0.7, which is accepted in research. Then when I analyzed the correlation through Pearson analysis using two-tailed, I got, or rather the result is 0.487. And this indicates clearly that the two variables move towards the same direction. When I tested ANOVA for the same, the result was significant because my alpha is 0.05, and it enabled me, amongst other analysis, to conclude that there is a relationship with between human capital capabilities, prospecting capabilities, and value creation in the mining industry, and specifically where Kenyan-owned farms are concerned. Therefore, this study, I would have wanted to go far to undertake this study the whole nation, but unfortunately, I did it when there was a problem in Kenya. One, it was during after the elections, and there was a lot of tension. Then I had to settle down with 5 counties, that is Taita Taveta, Kware, Kajiado, and Kitui. So then what I'm saying is there is need to replicate such a study to establish whether other Kenyan mining farms are experiencing the same as, or rather the findings will be the same, or whether there will be a difference. Then the findings of this study, I'm saying that it can really be used by the government to establish what's happening in the mining sector. And just to add a little, which is not in this slide, that this industry is very rich. And therefore, if the government can be guided by this study and find ways of enabling the Kenyan miners, then it will be very, very important aspects to be undertaken by the government. May I also say that the miners, of course, it was established that the miners do have the necessary capability, but also note this. They are not able to employ qualified geologists and other experts in mining. So then what are they using to guide them in extraction? According to the findings of this study, they are using tacit knowledge, tacit knowledge to facilitate the mining. And therefore, if the government can be guided, I mean, it will be able, or rather the institution of government will be able to support this industry. And the next, please. Next slide. Then may I end by saying thank you for listening, and that's it from me.
Okay, thank you very much, Susan, for that wonderful presentation. So, Munira, are you ready now?
Yes.
The presentation, okay. You may start. You have 10 minutes.
I would like you guys to share it for me, though.
Okay, our secretariat, can
Sharing, a minute.
This is the old one. Can you share the one that I sent you recently?
You seem, I don't know whether you seem to send us, it's just what we're sharing.
No, it's the one that I just sent you in your email.
Yeah. Let me have it.
Minute, Munira.
Participants, kindly, you can ask your questions or provide your comments, reactions to those presentations on the public chat.
Is that the correct one, Munira?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry for that.
So my topic is relationship between flexible working arrangements and employee retention among state corporations in Mombasa County. And it's a part of my thesis that I'm doing, and my supervisors are Dr. Eunice Kirimi and Dr. Wilson Mwema. The next slide, please.
Our secretariat, we seem to be stuck. Moving. It's not moving from our side. Would you click enable editing and then try again? Try the slideshow. So you just share your entire screen so that it will be easier than just sharing the PPT.
Sorry, we are from where we are sitting, it's moving. So let's just see why it's not moving from.
Okay.
1 second, Munira. Patience.
Yes, wait. I've enabled editing. Okay, we are good. You can proceed now, Munira.
Okay, go back to the first one, to the background. Okay. Employee retention is comprised of measures taken to inspire employees to remain in the institutions they are working in for a long period of time. Employee retention strategies refer to the policies and programs aimed at ensuring that the organization keeps the talent it needs. So retention programs are designed to ensure that people remain as committed members of the organization. Next slide. My statement of the problem, competition and lack of availability of highly talented and skilled employees make finding and retaining talented employees a major priority for organizations. So employees who stay longer within any company They become more productive as they become more familiar with the work culture, and they also inspire other employees to be more loyal, engaged, and attached towards the company. So companies nowadays are putting a lot of effort in talent management practices that encourage employees to take pride while working for their companies. Next slide. According to KEBS, at least 20% of employees leave their organizations annually. State corporations in Kenya have been affected by mass exodus of employees in search of organizations that are more receptive to change in terms and working conditions. In 2016, Kenya Airways lost 20 of its pilots to 80 engineers in Qatar Airlines, while in 2018, Kenya Airways also lost 130 pilots to Middle Eastern Airlines due to poor motivation of staff, low payment package compared to what they're offered in the Middle East. Next slide. Some studies carried out in relation to talent management and employee retention include airline and villa studies that impact flexible working arrangement and employee engagement, and another one by Hashmi and Sartawi undertook an investigation in the UAE on the impact that flexible working arrangements have on employee perception of productivity, organizational commitment, and perceived quality. Another study also carried out a study, the impact of work-life balance on work productivity in Kenya. So this study will study the relationship between flexible working arrangements and employee retention among state corporations in Mombasa County. Next slide. I chose 6 state corporations in Mombasa County, which are Coast Development Authority, Standard, Kenya Coast Water Services, Kenya Maritime Authority, Kenya Ferry, and Kenya Marine and Fisheries Institute. I chose these corporations because of their high turnover rate for many years, hence making the employees who are respondents better suited to give out their views. Next. Next slide. I chose some theories, of which one is the role theory. This theory posits that roles are the product of normative expectations that are linked to recognizable social position within organizational environment. This theory supports the argument that leadership has a goal-oriented leader will purposely modify the behavior of underperforming employees and direct them to the best of his or her ability when the employee's performance is subpar. Another theory is the component theory. It states that jobs should be arranged flexibly to ensure its completion considering the time of its commencement and completion. Equity theory brings the initiative that employees gauge their inputs and outcomes in comparison with inputs and outcomes of others, forming perception of equality. The relevance of this theory on present study is basically multidimensional approaches of flexible working arrangements, component arrangements of shift working, part-time, flex time, which allows the employees to determine how and when the job will be done within the designated time frame of the job. Next slide. This work or family border theory, it enlightens how people manage their responsibilities at work and with their family, and how the boundaries between the two harmonize. Having a flexible work schedule will lead to improved levels of job satisfaction and dedication among the workforce, which in turn results in increased levels of production. Next. This is my conceptual framework, of which we have the independent variables and the flexible working arrangement, which are shift working, part-time, and flex time, and my dependent variable being employee retention, of which we have working environment, employee appraisal, and promotion. Next. My research philosophy, the study adopted a pragmatism research philosophy. The pragmatic researchers endeavor to determine what works and what are the solutions to problems. This study adopted a cross-sectional survey design, and the unit of analysis was comprised of the human resource managers and the employees of the state corporations. My target population, next slide. My target population are HR managers and employees. And the 6 state corporations are well suited for this study because they appeared on the Brighter Monday Kenya 2020 annual survey as the best in 100 companies in Kenya, where they look at employee satisfaction as one of the factors which determine employee retention. And this study will adopt a mixed method in selecting the study respondents. And my sample size is 169, of which I used the Cronbach and the Yameni method to calculate. Next. The 6 state corporations, of which I had a population of 203, and the method I used to calculate, I got a sample size of 169. Next. Data was collected using questionnaires and interview guide. The questionnaires was administered to all sample employees, while the interview guide was used to collect data from the HR managers. The questionnaires mainly collected quantitative data, while the interview guide used to collect qualitative data. The quantitative data was analyzed using descriptive and inferential statistics with the aid of Stata software version 16. Descriptive statistics included frequencies, percentages, and cross-tabulation. Inferential statistics will include the use of logistic regression. Next. The study was geared towards establishing the relationship between talent management practices and employee retention in state corporations in Mombasa County. To achieve this objective, a total of 169 questionnaires was administered to employees. And out of the 169, only 149 were correctly answered, representing a response rate of 88%. My findings are flexible working environment indicated a significance level of 0.001, which is below the standard significance of 0.05. These results indicate that the flexible working environment is statistically and significantly associated with employee retention among state corporations in Mombasa County.
You have 2 minutes.
When compared with their counterparts in other parastatals, employees who work in parastatals where it was permitted for them to trade work schedules with their co-workers had a 0.436 times lower likelihood of quitting their jobs and leaving the organization. Next. In my conclusions, the findings indicated that flexible work arrangements positively influence employee retention in state corporations. In parastatals where employees are allowed to swap schedules with their colleagues, they were 0.436 times likely to exit the organization when compared to others. Next. Recommendations to improve employee retention rate in the public sector, the management of state corporations should develop a flexible work practice that allows the provision of career advancement. In order to promote employee loyalty to the organization, managers should develop and support flexible working policies and procedures. Proper performance measurements, as well as clear communication of policies, are important. It is vital to evaluate and monitor the success of such regulations in the organizations. Next. The study was cross-sectional in nature, so future studies should concentrate on longitudinal techniques that allow for data collection, and cross-sectional research is less likely to give further insights into the dynamic features of talent management practices, leadership styles, and employee retention. So future studies should include other entities other than state corporations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for doing your presentation in time. Now, for participants, it's our time to ask questions. And I see some few questions have been posted for you, Monira. You can just have a look at those posts and so that you prepare to give them an answer. Okay, maybe participants, do you have questions for Susan and Alex?
Chair?
Yes.
I wanted to comment on what this Munira has just presented, and not only Munira, but the student who was there before. And what I've seen is that they have a kind of the work they are doing, which shows the the two variables interacting, the influence of one variable on the other. Like for instance, the Munira is talking about flexible working on something on is it performance or something like that. So what I wanted to say is that in mathematical terms, the relationship is usually a very weak term. That you want to show the relationship, and the word relationship does not show what we call the causal effect. The causal effect. If this variable moves in this direction, what would what will be the or which direction will the other variable move? So the word relationship, they need to look for a better term. Researches on relationship do not show a causal effect relationship, and therefore that term need to be revised. If whatever they are showing, one moves in a certain direction and another one definitely in a different direction, then the term relationship is not a good one because it's mathematical. That's applied to Munira and also the other person who was there. Relationship. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Munira, you may respond to that. And also you may respond to the other two questions which have been posted on the public chat.
The sir before he said the term relationship is not ideal for research. Like that's how I understood. Or?
Not ideal. I'm saying the term relationship has mathematical connotation. And in mathematical connotation, it doesn't show the cause-effect relationship. Like for instance, you want to show the cause, if you give employees flexible working, okay, let me get your dependent variable again. Is flexible working hours again is what?
Flexible working arrangement, which I said the shift working, part-time and flex time.
That is understandable. And what's the other variable?
Employee retention.
Yes. So all what you want to know is whether if a company is able to have flexible working adaptations, or is able to use that. So are you going to kind of make the employees happy as you retain them for a long time, or so that kind of thing?
Yeah.
So that means there's a causal effect relationship, and you expect that when you are able to give kind of like a flexible working environment, it will make employees to be retained for a longer time. Is that kind of what you are thinking?
Yeah, like if you, let's say.
Yeah, fine. So that is what we call the causal effect. So if you increase the flexible working as adaptation or whatever relationship, and you expect the other variables to move in a positive direction. All the variables are moving in a positive direction. So that means there is a causal effect, and the term relationship is not the best to describe that. And probably you would have looked at probably like effect. Effect is more better than a relationship. Effect of this over this, or influence of this or that or that. But relationship, what I mean is as a comment that it is weaker in showing what we call the causal effect relationship.
Okay.
Because people you ask, once you know the relationship, then what else? What else?
Like, what are you going to do about it? The relationship.
Okay. And that also applies to the husband who was there before. The relationship kind of.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Those constructive comments. Munira?
Yes.
The two questions which are online.
I can see, can flexible working arrangements work in Kenya? I believe, yes, it can. if you give like flexible working arrangement is basically giving the employees the freedom to work at their own comfortable times. I believe if somebody, like let's say an employee is given that freedom, he'll have more satisfaction and more motivation, like to stay with an organization.
So did you analyze your qualitative data?
Yeah, in terms of like we had the interview guides, we had the questionnaires in my thesis, yes.
Okay, participants, maybe you may have some questions for Susan and Alex too. So there is suggestion from Dr. Zipporah Karia that influence is more a preferable term
than relationship. Okay.
Yeah. So
I'll
you
take
may think about that.
Yes.
Any question? Very well. Then we go to the next session. Okay, our next session, we have the following presenters. Malkia Abuga, Sister Josephine Dege, Phyllis Kemunto. Malkia Abuga.
Present.
Oh, good. Sister Josephine Dege.
I'm present.
Oh, good, sister. And Phyllis Kemunto. Phyllis, are you there? Phyllis, are you there? Okay, then we can proceed. Let's have Malkia do a presentation. And you have 10 minutes. You may start.
Thank you so much, Dr. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Malkia Abuga, and I'll be presenting a research on the topic of strengthening social accountability by training community health volunteers in Nairobi County. This study was conducted with the support of Professor Wanja and Dr. Kezia Njoroge. Next. Next slide. So social accountability refers to all those strategies that we are supposed to use so that we can be able to collect the views of our health clients in the healthcare systems. The main aim is to ensure that we are able to incorporate what their voices in the quality of services. And in social accountability, the main aim is if the citizens raise their concern, they need to be given feedback. And we have studies that have been conducted that have been able to show that health clients actually, some of them experience some form of mistreatment in the healthcare system. Some of them receive unstandard quality of care. However, because of social cultural issues of power and knowledge asymmetry, usually affect how these clients voice their issues. So most of the time, these clients walk away without even giving feedback to the healthcare system. So when you look at the levels of the healthcare system, we have 6 levels. And the first level is where we have community health services. And in community health services, we have a workforce, which usually gives services at the household level, and they are called community health volunteers. So community health volunteers, the position that they have been placed in the healthcare system, it gives them an advantage for them to ensure that we have downward and upward accountability. So this study, after establishing a gap on how can we ensure that the voices from the community or the voices from the household level have been used to influence how healthcare system is managed, we realized that most of our community health volunteers didn't have a knowledge on how to bring issues, the voices of the community to the healthcare system, so that we can shape how we manage our healthcare system. So the research implemented a training intervention on social accountability, and it targeted the CHBs in Nairobi County. Next. So next slide. This study used, it was a quasi-experimental study design. It had an intervention aspect in it, a pre-test and a post-test. So for the pre-test, we had two groups. We had an intervention group that is in Embakasi Central, and we had a comparison group in Embakasi. Why we chose Embakasi sub-counties is because of some of the findings that have been conducted in those areas that have established in one of the sub-counties, it established 20% prevalence rate of abuse, especially for women during the delivery process. And we thought coming up with an intervention that can empower the community health volunteers. And see somebody saying network clarity. So we thought if we come up with an intervention that can be able to enable the community health volunteers to bring these issues in the household with helpers. So our sample size was 180 CHPs. Those are 90 CHP per intervention site. And during our baseline survey, we did collect data using mixed method that is using the qualitative and the quantitative aspect. Once we did our baseline survey, we were able to implement an intervention, and later we did a post-intervention, that is an evaluation at the end of the study. And I'll be sharing today a few of the findings from this study. Next. So this is the process that we used to come up with the intervention. It was quite a comprehensive process, which took some time. The first step was to do a needs assessment, because this was a purely participant-led kind of research, where we really needed to incorporate the feedback of the stakeholders, the feedback of the people who are going to use this training guide. So we had to do a desktop review. We did stakeholders engagement. That was a step one. After analysis, we could establish where the gap is. And one of the gaps that really came out strongly is we didn't have any training guide for the community health volunteers on social accountability, amongst other gaps that were established during the study. So after the step one, we had another step, which was now to design the intervention. This entailed drafting a community health volunteers training guide, targeting social accountability. There was a validation process, and it was a whole process that incorporated subject matter experts, the community health volunteers themselves, their supervisors, so that at the end of the day, we can come up with a training guide that has feedback, and it is evidence-based, and it has incorporated the issues that we were supposed to ensure that we take care of. After which, we did an implementation of the intervention, which we trained the community health volunteers. We trained TOTs, who in turn trained the community health volunteers. Next slide. So this is just a sample. That this is the social accountability training manual that we have come with, and we hope to publish it in the future, and the process is ongoing. Next. So some of the demographic characteristics of the CHPs that we involved, a majority of the CHPs were female, because community health work most of the time involves no payment. So most of the female are attracted to that job, except as opposed to male. Then the level of education, most CHPs had secondary education, which was very good because it will enable them understand where we were coming from, and we really want them to understand what are their rights in the healthcare system so that they can be able to translate the same to the population. Then most of the volunteers had worked for 5 to 10 years. Next. So after the intervention, this is a slide just showing the knowledge levels. When we start before the training, most of our CHPs, their knowledge level was below 50%. After the training, after they had done a post test, they were able to improve their knowledge level, and you can see from the graph. Next. So what we were able to establish in the intervention site where we did our training, which is Embakasi Central, during the pre-test, during the baseline, the CHPs who were reporting complaints and recording them, there were only 12.2%. After the training, we saw a very significant shot of them trying to bring issues. The issues are discussed with the healthcare system, and then at the end of the day, we tried to see if we can be able to improve health responsiveness. And at the end of the study, 63.3% of the CHP from the intervention site were able to report complaints, as opposed to their counterparts in the comparison site, which was 13.3%. So we could say, if you train community health volunteers and empower them, they are able to bring issues to the healthcare system, and the healthcare system can use those issues to ensure that to improve quality of services. Next. This is just a glimpse of a few of the results on the practices that we were able to see to improve after the intervention. For instance, before the intervention, very few CHPs from both sides were recording complaints. And you realize if we do not record complaints or compliments, at the end of the day, we will be unable to incorporate the voice and know what are the priorities in the healthcare systems. So after the training, we could see a very significant improvement on recording complaints, and these complaints we could be able to see the trends and be a reference to the healthcare system on the things that the community health are seeing. So, for instance, on recording complaints for the intervention site, 56.7% of the CHPs were able to record complaints compared to 8.9% in the comparison site. And on giving follow-up of clients, sorry.
You have 2 minutes.
Yeah. So, and on follow-up of clients' concerns, when you see at the intervention site, only 76.7% of the CHPs were able to follow up clients' concerns until they are resolved, as compared to 43.3% on the comparison site. Next. You can go next. This is just part of the result. So this study, when we were doing our literature review, we could see that even a study in Malawi recommended that training of community health volunteers to collect and transmit community concerns and on how to document, and also for them to be able to sensitize the population on reporting concerns, can really enhance how the healthcare system is responsive to healthcare issues and issues from the community. And finally, next. So what this study concluded is that it is important to empower our community health volunteers for us to be able to ensure we improve our healthcare system. And the most important thing is that the findings from these studies will be able to be used by the health researchers and policymakers to ensure that we should be able to inform them when they want to do any social accountability interventions. However, besides training the community health volunteers, you have to incorporate things like supervision and provision of working tools for the intervention to work and for you to have a very significant impact. So you can go to the last slide. The last slide is recommendation. We recommended and we are following up to ensure that the training guide has been adapted by Nairobi Metropolitan so that they can be able to cascade it to other units. So I want to acknowledge and appreciate all the people that helped us, especially the Nairobi Metropolitan Services, for allowing us to conduct this research that took almost over a year, for the intervention phase, which took almost a year. And we are grateful for the community health volunteers and the healthcare workers who assisted us and were able to open up and share their experiences during this research. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Malkia, and for keeping time. You can check and interact with other participants on the public chat. So our next presenter is Sister Josephine Ndege. Are you there and ready?
Yes, I'm there. Kindly, can you present my presentation? Can you share my presentation?
Sure, it's coming up.
Yeah, thank you to you all and a good afternoon. My study was on the influence of corporate governance practices on performance of faith-based hospitals in Kenya. And my supervisors were Dr. Wanja and Dr. Kesia. Can we move to the next slide? And globally, faith-based organizations are found in Africa and Kenya, and they are touching on every aspect of society and economy. And in Kenya, they provide 40% of healthcare services to medium and low income populations in the rural areas. And we find that both the national, county, and development partners appreciate their participation. And more so, they also supplement the government effort in meeting the social needs of the population, especially in health and education. Despite all this collaboration, these facilities' performance has been weakened, and some of them are running with a very low sustainable growth. Studies have shown the issue of corporate governance to be the leading threat to their existence. Can we move to the next? So we find that private hospitals and even private companies that have been able to adopt good corporate governance practices, they are able to attract diverse skills, competence, and knowledge for quality decision-making, while faith-based hospitals are yet to embrace such good corporate governance practices, thus exposing the institutions to the risk of compliance of bonds that are strictly constituted, and also expected to make professional decisions. Most studies have mainly focused on private hospitals, while faith-based hospitals that serve the rural and the marginalized communities are yet to be investigated. A study by Dr. Mwenda reviewed that 40% of these hospitals are just surviving, while only 50% are breaking even and 10% doing well. And another study as well in 2015 also showed that only 7% of faith-based hospitals were operating efficiently. And therefore, the question that I was asking myself was that as really faith-based hospitals infused corporate governance practices in their sector. So the study purpose was to explore the manner in which faith-based hospitals have infused corporate governance practices and how the same will influence their performance, with the aim of mainstreaming corporate governance practices in the seemingly struggling faith-based hospitals, thus enhancing their performance. Can you move to the next? So the study objective was to establish the influence of hospital board composition on performance of faith-based hospitals. The second objective was the influence of hospital board accountability on performance of faith-based hospitals, to define the influence of hospital board stewardship of resources on performance of faith-based hospitals, and also to assess the influence of strategic direction on performance of faith-based hospitals, and then to assess the moderating effect of organizational culture on performance of faith-based hospitals in Kenya. Next slide. The study adopted a cross-sectional survey design with mixed methods data collection to help achievement of this objective. The study was in 47 counties in Kenya. However, faith-based hospitals are in 34 out of 47 counties. The target population was 88 hospitals in Kenya, whereby 4 top-level strategic level managers in every hospitals were the respondents, making a total of 352 respondents. Self-administered structured questionnaire was used, while key informant interviews was conducted with 9 purposely selected informants, 4 from KCCB and Jack Secretariat, and 5 purposely selected board members from level 5 and 6 faith-based hospitals. Move to the next slide. Data was collected and analyzing SPSs, frequencies, and close tabulations were used. Logistic regression models were generated to investigate the influence of dependent variables on dependent variables. The results were presented using tables and diagrams to display the relationship and live conclusions. A response rate of 86% was achieved. From the regression results, corporate governance practices of board composition, accountability, stewardship of resources, and shared strategic direction are significant and positive influence on performance of faith-based hospitals in Kenya. The 4 independent variables accounted for 49.2 variation in performance of faith-based hospitals. However, the model with organizational culture accounted for 54% variation of performance of faith-based hospitals. Therefore, this study demonstrated that organizational culture and norms are very key in enhancing the effect of the other corporate governance practices towards their performance. Next slide.
2 minutes.
So therefore, from the study came up with a new model because previously you find that there is no model that is viable in faith-based hospitals, and there is no corporate governance model that has ever been developed for faith-based sector, whose values, norms, and beliefs are unique and affect the overall performance. Next slide. Next slide, please. So the model that was derived from the study, whereby with faith-based hospitals with a mix of skills and experience and knowledge, they will be able to enhance decision in the boardroom. And then we have accountability, which is also very key, especially on issues of transparency and disclosure. Then strategic direction, stewardship of resources, and organizational culture that was very, very key in enhancing the performance, and finding that organizational culture and even the core values of these hospitals, when they are infused, they shouldn't be able to impact or to affect the performance positively, the performance of faith-based hospitals positively. So this is the recommended model where culture has been infused into the system. We can move to the next slide. So that's an explanation of the components of the new model. We can move to the next slide. So the same, we move to the next slide. So we feel organizational norms and values are implicitly present throughout the entire organization, and they are considered as a strategy for the performance improvement. And this way, the performance of faith-based hospitals will improve. The study recommends that the faith-based hospitals proprietors should ensure that the criteria for choosing their board members should be enhanced and improved to ensure there is no bias in terms of gender, citizenship, and inclusivity. For this was found to be a challenge by the research findings. And also, the faith-based hospital proprietors should also review the guidelines for the hospital governance and relating practices that will help in establishing best framework for accountability and stewardship of resources. And then the training of board members and orientation should also be encouraged. We move to the next slide. So in conclusion, corporate governance will reduce the risk in stimulate their performance and improve access to resources, will enhance acceptability, improve leadership, and demonstrate transparency, and social accountability if they infuse the corporate, the organizational culture as their key. And thank you so much. That's the end.
Thank you, Sister Ndege. However, you've surpassed our time with 1 minute, which is okay. So our next presenter is Phyllis Kemu. Phyllis Kemu, are you there? As we wait for, okay, yeah, I see you're there. Could you say something so that you can hear? No, your volume is down. Just check on the volume of your device. Just go to your device, check the volume if it's down. You can add it. We can hear you. Just say
Okay, you
something.
can hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you very well.
Okay, fine.
You have 10 minutes.
Okay, fine. So my name is Phyllis Kemunto, and I'm going to present an observational study on strengthening access to violence services through community engagement forums, Kemu Model Health Center. So gender-based violence is described as harmful acts targeted at an individual due to their gender, and it stems from cultural norms, misuse of authority, and gender inequality, and it is stipulated as a serious violation of human rights and protection. Comprehensive management of GBV requires a multi-pronged approach from key stakeholders. Community engagement is attributed to increase in access of service uptake, since survivors of violence often fall through pathways of care if not effectively linked at the specified service delivery points. Low uptake of post-GBV services at Kemu Model Health Center in Mombasa County is linked to a lack of awareness on reporting by the community and gaps in multi-sectoral coordination. For instance, due to lack of awareness on the linkage and referral paths, it impacted negatively on the community preparedness and response in terms of GBV, as most of the cases were not being reported, and hence a hitch in the comprehensive management of GBV survivors, and in turn hinders justice too. So the objective of this study was to improve comprehensive GBV service uptake through the stakeholders' engagement. Next, on the methodology, Mombasa County in early 2020 conducted a capacity building training to the healthcare workers, community gatekeepers, and police on GBV. Through the Stawisha Pwani partner, then formed a facility community GBV committee in December 2020 that comprised of key resource persons, including healthcare workers, police, chiefs, community health extension workers, implementing partners, and the county children's department. So this committee meets on a quarterly basis to review cases that have been handled, discuss reporting challenges, and agree on approaches to improve referrals. The HIS data was analyzed to compare reporting of GBV before and after the intervention. Amongst the roles of these stakeholders, it includes: 1, for the healthcare providers, examination and history taking and appropriate treatments, provide appropriate counseling, complete the PRC forms and other documentations, collect forensic evidence, preservation and maintenance of chain of custody of the evidence, lab investigations, treatment of injuries, and referring the clients to the various respective service delivery points, and also expert witness in the court of law. For the police, record incident in the OB and issuance of OB number, writing of statements, issue P3 forms, and collect duly filled copies of the PRCs, escort the survivor and suspect to the hospital for medical examination, and refer the survivors for further requisite services, alongside providing security for the suspects admitted in hospitals. For the government administrators, like the chiefs, assistant chiefs, and the village elders, creating awareness on STBV and facilitate forwarding of exhibits, arresting the accused perpetrators, referring or escorting the survivor to the service delivery points, supporting cases for rescues, and supporting the police in investigations while respecting the rights of the clients. Then for the community leaders, inform the clients not to destroy evidence, advise them to store the clothes well, and assist the survivors to visit the respective service delivery points while avoiding re-traumatizing, stigmatization, and discrimination. For the community focal person to interview the survivors and other relative persons in order to collect relevant information on the GBV cases. Then the children officer, rescuing the children from the environment that is propagating GBV, recommending rescued children to be sent to rescue homes, supervising the welfare of the rescued children, provide psychosocial support to the children, and support judicial process by providing social inquiry reports. For the implementing partners, they also support in capacity building, technical support like financial aid on data review sessions, resource provision like relevant equipments and health-related commodities. For the stakeholder team in general, monitoring and evaluation, SDBV data quality checks, data collection and reporting, data analysis and use process, and uploading the SDBV data in the KHIS. So in the results, there was an increase in number from the total number seen in 2020, which was 6 to 38 in the year 2021. And out of the 38 cases, 35 cases were reported to the police department, while 8 were rescued. Amongst the 8, 7 were the survivors, and 1 was a sibling of the survivors. 4 cases were successfully prosecuted within the year, and the other cases are still on follow-up in courts. 100% of the cases received comprehensive management, and there was no HIV seroconversions reported in the same period. Next, so that is just a picture showing the group when doing the data review meetings and the stakeholders meeting. Next slide. So in conclusion, from the formed committee, there's an improvement in access to SDBV services at the health facility because of the increased awareness creation at the community level, and comprehensive stakeholder engagement interventions requires in-depth studies to inform policy and practice beyond the Jomvu Model Health Center. In acknowledgement, I wish to acknowledge the Mombasa County Department of Health for their support, Kenya Methodist University for supporting attending this conference, USAID Stawisha Pwani for the technical skills in abstract writing, and Jomvu Model Health Center staff for their teamwork. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Phyllis, for going straight to the point. And we also encourage other participants to do that. So I see quite some interaction on the public chat. Some responses have been provided there. Maybe I would allow participants to engage with the presenters, maybe ask some questions. Any question? Okay, maybe for Malkia and Sister Dege, you may want to maybe also just amplify what you've already responded on the public chat to the other participants so that maybe they may appreciate much more on these research works. I'll start with Malkia.
So I'll respond. I hope I'm visible. I was trying to work on my network. So
Don't worry, you can just carry on.
So the first question I saw from Doc, it was in reference to my study, what new knowledge have I generated? You realize community health volunteers are known to be another pair at the healthcare system in terms of giving services. But I want people to realize that if we utilize community health volunteers very well, we can be able they can be able to help us influence priorities in the healthcare system by giving us that a voice from the household level to the healthcare system. And also, we have come up with a social accountability training guide, which is non-existent for the CHVs according to our own knowledge. And any other person who is coming to do social accountability work at the community level, they don't have to reinvent a wheel because this is evidence-based tool that they can use only to do a few improvements. Then I can see from Professor Wanja, how did I operationalize social accountability? For us, social accountability has various elements, that is voice, enforceability, and answerability. So for this study, we looked at voice in terms of the number of complaints and compliments that community health volunteers were able to bring into the healthcare system and how they were used to ensure that we had responsiveness. Can other cadres, can the results be replicated to other cadres? We believe yes, because if we capacity build these other cadres, probably they'll be able now to take the responses from the communities and work on them. And why we use the CHVs is because we could realize that things like suggestion boxes, they were not working and the feedback was missing. Then people who really assisted us to penetrate, they're the ones who trained the CHVs, they're the ones who gave us feedback, and their feedback helped us shape our intervention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for those quick and wonderful response. Sister Ndege.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to point out that faith-based hospitals for a long time have not infused corporate governance practices in their system. And therefore, at the moment, we are just like diving into it after realizing where we are and the importance of the corporate governance practices and use of the business model approach for the performance. And even after noting that in the previous studies, the performance of these hospitals haven't changed very much. So the operationalize this model that have come up with out of the study is embraced and seen as a way that is going to work towards improvement. And after sharing this, or after sharing this sharing the results of this study to the CEOs of the hospitals, one of the hospitals has shown improvement after using the model. As we talk, or as where I am right now, we were discussing, and one of the hospitals expressed that the model has worked in one area where they were able to completely change the board of directors after the presentation of the studies results. And they have already reported some change in their performance. So that shows that the model as it is, especially embracing the corporate governance practices themselves, they'll be able to change the trend upwards.
Okay, thank you very much, Sister, for those wonderful response. Phyllis, I see there are two reactions. Maybe you may respond.
Yes, I'll go first for the one from Tawanja on how the primary healthcare facilities. One, following the innovation, the facilities have been encouraged to include GBV activities in their annual work plan so that they can get budgetary allocations. Also, there is an component of emergency preparedness whereby all the facilities have been urged to avail PRC kits, which will aid in emergency care and comprehensive management of the GBV survivors. Also on the issues of human resource capacity building, the county government is working on that. They've already started mentoring GBV champions who are cascading this information to their other colleagues. Then on systems strengthening through stakeholders engagement, we can see through the innovation, the referral linkage as is well embraced. So on the second question, from awareness creation, we can see there is an increase in the number of GBV reported cases, and thus through the stakeholders coordination too, it has strengthened the systems and thus a well embraced referral pathways.
All right, thank you very much for those wonderful answers. And yeah, more questions to Sister Ndege. Maybe I would allow Dr. Zipporah Karia. Please, you may use your mic if it's working well to.
Thank you.
Clarification.
Thank you, Chair. My question has not yet been addressed by Sister Dege. She gave us findings on the existing model and then the new model that has been formulated from the research findings. Now, my concern is on the model that has been in use, which is working at corporate governance 49%. 49%, there is a point something, which is I think 0.2 or something percent. And then the organizational culture operating at 54%. So I am wondering, does it mean the total combined, the total effect is over 100%? Or there is a problem in computation of those percentages? That is the question I wanted Sister Dege to answer. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Dr. Spola, for that concern. And corporate governance practices of bond composition, accountability, strategic direction, and stewardship of resources accounted for 49.2% without the organizational culture. Organizational culture was to moderate or show the effect, the strength of the relationship between the corporate governance practices and the performance. So without the organizational culture, the corporate governance practices alone accounted for 49.2% variation. Then when organizational culture was considered, then this performance raised to 54%. So it was not a combination. I don't know whether I've answered your question.
Thank you. It is clear. It's clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the wonderful answer and enlightenment. More questions? People wants to be enlightened. It seems the presenters, your research was well presented and satisfactory. People have learned, and that is the essence of the conference. If there is no any other question, without further ado, I would hand over.
Have some questions.
Okay.
Probably, there was a question to Phyllis. What is the new contribution that we get from this study? And there was a question to Sister Ndege, which says, does the model propose have any process direction? Starting point to the end point, we didn't see anything. Maybe you can either take note or say something about that. Okay, just before we conclude.
Okay, thank you very much about the model. The first was to show that organizational culture, when infused with the corporate governance practices, has a great effect on the improvement of the health facilities. So it wasn't like we are moving from one point to the other point, because once organizational culture been infused as a very key corporate governance that we do things in addition to other corporate governance practices, then we have our performances or the facilities performance improve. So the model was coined from another model that was showing the corporate governance practices, but there was no organizational culture. And organizational culture was like strengthening the already existing to make a great difference in our facilities.
All right, thank you, sister.
Okay.
Thank you,
Phyllis.
and again for that. Yes, Dr. Mulira.
I was calling out on Phyllis. Phyllis, can you respond to those concerns? You're muted, Phyllis.
Sorry?
There were some questions that people have said they did not get feedback from the public chat. Professor Wanja, kindly guide us on the question that was not maybe.
The question was, Phyllis, is there, what is the new knowledge from this study? I think that was the question.
What is there?
New knowledge. What is it that you have learned that is new from the project that you're carrying?
Okay, from the project, I can say from the awareness creation, there was increase in the number of reporting of the GBV cases, and through the stakeholders coordination, there was systems strengthening since the referral pathways were well embraced, and this is what led to the increase in the number of the reported cases.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. Mulira and Dr. Caro, for taking us through very well through the session and for catching up on time. I also want to thank the presenters of this morning. You've done such a good job. Take note of the comments to improve your work, and I'm sure we are all learning. We will take a photo before photo, so I would request that everybody puts out their puts on their cameras, if you can do that, and we shall have a group photo. I'm waiting for Dr. Mushiri, for Anne, HP, Collins, Lydia. We would like to have, and we have 4 screens. So Munira, Phyllis, I can see sister is there. Dr. Kezia, Dr. Zipporah, I had requested you to do your makeup, Dr. Eunice. So let's try to be fast. We have 4 screens, and then we should take. Are we ready? So Susan, you're showing us your screen. You want to see your face instead. So we are doing the first screen. Photographer. Okay, screen 1 is complete. We go to screen 2. HP, Pamela, you are all.
Even yours.
Okay.
Professor, is it okay now? This is Susan.
Susan, it's okay. At least now we can see your face.
Okay.
Are we good? My photographer?
Yeah, I've taken all of them. Those who are on.
So if you are on, you know you've been captured. If you are teacher, Desmond, Margaret, Now we shall only capture your names. My photographer has finished taking all the screens.
Deploy mask.
To any mask. Let's remove our mask so that at least we can be seen. We can do it again. So, Ujora, so I think we have taken the photos. You know, nowadays we are talking about evidence. Thank you so much for removing your masks and for showing up. We shall take a break for 1 hour. We come back at 2 o'clock, at exactly 2. We've been able to catch up with time. I want to thank all of you for staying on. We are 85 of us here, and then we shall get the next presentation with our visitors who came, and they will be presenting from here. 2 o'clock, we will start. Thank you so much and enjoy your lunch. Bye-bye for now.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I hope you had a good lunch, and welcome to our afternoon session. And with us, we have our 4 presenters for the afternoon. They will not be virtual, they will be here. So they will all be presenting from the main campus. So you can see we are actually blended. And housekeeping, I don't know whether Dr. Zipporah Karia has been able to join, but I'm sure we have Dr. Kawila. I can see you there. Confirm that you can chair while your chair is, she's having internet problems. Dr. Kawila, are you there? I can see 1 minute. Volume. Can you hear me now, Phoebe? How is the volume? Phoebe, confirm. Okay, that's good.
Hello.
That's fine. At least now we are communicating. That's good. I think I don't see my secretariat, but that we're already 2 minutes after time. So what we'll do is that we'll just proceed. So I would like to welcome our presenters for this afternoon as I wait for the substantive chair and repertoire. We have with us Dixon Kimutai, presenting immigration for nurses and midwives. And then that will be followed by nurses and midwives understanding of the tools that regulate their practice. And Anne Muguna will do that. And then the last presentation will be Nursing Council of Kenya online licensure examination, challenges and opportunity. And Bettina Mudama will present that. So I can confirm that the presenters are here with me, so I don't need to look for them. And we shall straight away start with Dixon as soon as we have the presentation. Thank you, welcome, and please use the chat to continue engaging. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will be taking us through the immigration of nurses and midwives process implementation in Kenya. As a way of introduction, the health professionals, regulatory bodies in Kenya play a critical role in ensuring that the excellence of healthcare professionals in 4 distinct areas, that is quality, accessibility, acceptability, and availability. So the Nursing Council of Kenya, in its mandate to regulate nursing and midwifery education and practices in Kenya, ensure that the professionalism in different service delivery areas is achieved. So NCK has put in place mechanisms to ensure the quality of nursing and midwifery education through standardization of syllabi in line with international standards. Review of the syllabi is undertaken at least every 5 years to align with the current health needs. So the preparation of health workforce, nurses and midwives provide to ensure that they are provided with transferable competencies to meet the rising global demand is key at the Nursing Council of Kenya. Next slide. So the regulation also ensures that graduate nurses and midwives can make a case in the global job market, and the Kenyan government has expanded resources in the training of health professionals And globally, there is also need to exchange knowledge and experiences. Next slide. So the objective of this study was to describe the implementation process of the immigration of nurses and midwives in Kenya. Next slide. Methods. The study designed adapted was descriptive cross-sectional survey, which entailed review of the immigration process of nurses and midwives who applied for document verification. And also we looked at the push and pull factors. We evaluated those push and pull factors. In evaluating these factors, we did some in-depth interviews within the registration departments and also informants to examine verification for immigration. We looked at the English language proficiency, licensure examination, and other support of nurses and midwives seeking employment abroad. The results in the next slide, please. The process of immigration was not yet to begin with individual nurses or midwives deciding to immigrate for employment and therefore making an application for verification. That's just to introduce what we looked at in the study arrived at in that. So Nursing Council of Kenya also ensures that nurses and midwives recruited have the necessary qualification to enable ethical and safe care when they immigrate, to ensure that they meet the international code of practice. So the information provided the basis for consideration for registration by the nurses and midwives board or councils abroad. The boards and councils abroad, an example is also Nursing and Midwifery Council. Just to mention an example. The nurses, to ensure that they have this qualification, are also subjected to licensure examination by respective nurses regulatory boards. This is the practice within Kenya also and abroad, where trained nurses and midwives undertake national examination as a requisite for registration and licensure practice. This is according to the Nursing Council of Kenya 2018. The nurses and midwives also ensure that they have quality and safe practice in these countries like Australia. The nurse is also required to take practical examinations. This confirms that the nurse and midwife also has practical skills for utilization in discharge of the patient care. So the host institutions commit to ensure that the recruitment complies with the International Code of Practice on the recruitment of health personnel, that is according to World Health Organization Code 2021, and also explore opportunities to support capacity building of healthcare workers in Kenya. Next slide. What about the push and the push factors? This study established that inadequate employment opportunities, poor remuneration, and lack of enabling environment for career progression pushed the nurses to seek employment outside Kenya. What about the push factors? We looked at opportunities for better employment, improved salaries, better working environment, career progression, and attractive amenities. These factors were reported to favor as favorable employment terms overseas and also better opportunities for further studies. The investment in further studies in equipping the nurse when we look at the push factors, training opportunities, limited opportunities for career growth, financial inaccessibility to build a career as a nurse, as some of the results that we look established to be pushing the nurses to seek employment. Next slide. What is our conclusion from this study? Nurses and midwives are a critical component of the healthcare multidisciplinary team. A global shortage of health workforce exists, especially nurses and midwives, which is about 50% of the shortage. That is according to World Health Organization 2022, sorry. Though the process of immigration is rigorous, the pull factors provide impetus to the determination of many nurses and midwives who continue to seek employment opportunities abroad. So the immigration of nurses and midwives provide an opportunity for health professionals to work overseas. The labor migration has not been without challenges, ranging from discriminatory labor practices to possible human trafficking, issues that International Labour Organization is keen to addressing. That is according to ILO report of 2022. This exodus of nurses may have a negative effect on the country's economy and professional growth if not well managed. Recommendations. So in view of the findings, we make the following recommendations. It is important to accelerate training opportunities for nurses and midwives with consideration of specialty areas, that is, develop regulations, policies, and guidelines on immigration to ensure safe, human-centered professionalism within the nursing and midwifery labor migration. That can be achieved by through adherence of the international recruitment, and also immigration process and requirements to be incorporated in the health pathways to professionals' education. When we look at English test, for example, which is a major component that employers look at. When we look at skills, transfer of skills, knowledge in emerging nursing and midwifery fields. So we are saying we improve terms and conditions also within the country to attract and retain the nurses and midwives. Thank you very much. That is welcome. Any questions after? My colleagues present. Thank you.
Dr. Carrier, are you there? Okay, thank you very much, Dixon, for informing us how the nurses, what is making the nurses to move. And so we shall, please, let's use the chat so that we can post the comments and questions, which ones that you have. What would you like to know about nurses, why they migrate, we have unemployment. So I don't understand where we are saying one of the push factors is unemployment, yet we have a shortage. So next we have Anne, who is going to take us through. The presentation is up as soon as I think she's ready.
Thank you very much, Chair and members. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to make a presentation on nurses and midwives and the study of the tools that regulate their practice. And this is a collaborative work from from myself, Mukuna, Taram, Mashira, and Ragat. Right. So every trade, formal or informal, has some form of regulation. And these regulations are either documented or they are just understood across the sector by the players in the same sector. And looking at nursing and midwifery, there are regulations because the services that they provide touch on human life, and as such, require optimum adherence to the standards that are set in the industry in order to make sure that the services that the nurses and midwives provide are quality and therefore safe, and that safeguards the patients and the client against harm or even loss of life. These regulations are anchored in the Nurses Act, Cap 257 of Kenya. It was last amended in the year 2019. And if we look at section 18A, it gives provision of the situations under which a nurse or a midwife will be deemed culpable of professional misconduct. We take note that nurses and midwives are the largest workforce in the healthcare system. And in addition to being the largest workforce, we also note that they spend a lot of their time, more than any other professional, providing service to the patient. Michael et al. 2021 indicates that approximately 75% of the interactions between patients and clients and the healthcare providers, these interactions are between the nurse or a midwife and the healthcare provider. And as such, these interactions also carry their share of potential litigations. Not to forget that in Kenya, we have the task sharing and the task shifting policy that calls on the nurse and the midwife to take on expanded roles. And therefore, as the nurses and the midwives implement this care, all the way from admission to the care during the admission period, discharge, and eventually to follow up, then there are all these chances that the nurse or the midwife can run into risk of litigation. The objective of this study was to determine nurses and midwives' understanding of the existing regulatory tools. So as we have indicated that this being an industry that is touching life, then regulation is required, and the Nursing Council of Kenya provides that through the different tools, policy documents, and that has been put in place to ensure that the conduct of the nurses and midwives is regulated. Moving on to the findings, the methods, there was a review of the cases of professional misconduct that had been reported and investigated by the council. Over the period of review, there were 5 cases that were reported and undertaken, inquired into, all through, and rulings made. And the cases involved a total of 27 nurses. And this now the review included the review of the in-depth interview that these nurses had with the inquiry committee. We also reviewed the documented nursing and midwifery care that these nurses had provided. And we also looked at what the inquiry committee's findings were and the sanctions or the decisions thereafter. The sampling technique was some census technique where all the cases that were investigated over the period were reviewed. Looking at the results, it was noted that in all the 5 cases, the nurses or the midwives in question were found culpable, or in other words, the inquiry process, the outcome favored the complainant. And this indicated that there were some gaps in the care that the nurse or the midwife had provided. It was noted that the in-depth interview that the nurse or the midwife had with the inquiry committee was very detailed, and the nurse or the midwife was able to explain the care that they provided to the patient. And from that documentation, the care was deemed to have met the standards. However, this could not be substantiated by what the nurse or the midwife had documented. And as such, then the conclusion of the inquiry committee was that what has not been documented has not been done. And as such, then the care or the case was determined as per what the nurse or the midwife had been able to document.
Recording in progress.
I think the presentation is on. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and all who are represented. My name is Bettina. I'm going to present a paper on Nursing Council of Kenya online licensure examinations, challenges and opportunities. We had a multidisciplinary team in the paper with Mukuna Ann Langat, Edna Talam, and Gladys Mashira. So the Nursing Council of Kenya is the regulatory body of nurses, and it is formulated under the Nurses and Midwives Act, Chapter 57 of the laws of Kenya, which provides for the council to prescribe and conduct examinations to the persons seeking registration or enrollment to practice nursing in midwifery in Kenya. Over the years, the education system has evolved to greater levels due to emerging trend of diseases and also technological factors. And the Nursing Council has a total of 24 programs that they regulate. Registration and enrollment of the same is pegged on passing exams. You have to pass exams for you to be either or licensed to practice nursing in Kenya. Next slide. Due to emergence of COVID-19, which acted as an eye-opener to very many sectors in education, Nursing Council had to look for innovative ways to administering exams. Unlike previously where we used to give handwritten exams, and this was also ascertained by the World Bank, UNESCO, and UNICEF 2021 due to the disruption of education caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, which was without parallel. And there's need of nurses to be seeded out to the community to give care. So the Nursing Council had to do the online examinations, and since inception of the same, since November 2020, we have had 6 examination cycles, which we have conducted online for nurses with a total of around 74% pass rate in those 6 cycles. So we have had both positive and negative aspects in the process, because you know, each process, there is no process that is 100%. So we have had both positive and aspects and also negative aspects. The objective of this study was to determine the challenges and opportunities of online Nursing Council of Kenya licensure examinations. Next. Next slide,
It's already there.
Sorry. So the methods used was descriptive cross-sectional study, where data collection was done obtained from candidates who sat for the exam in the 16 examination centers countrywide. We also collected data feedback from invigilators in the 16 examination centers. And we also reviewed documented reports on examination conduct after each program. Descriptive analysis of the report using proportions and percentages was done. Next. Then there were a lot of pros and cons in the study. And some of the pros were that the availability of online examinations made it possible for the Nursing Council to conduct exams during COVID-19 pandemic, which had almost become impossible for the same to be done. There was instant marking and generation of results in online examinations, unlike previously, where we could have 2 to 3 weeks to ensure that we arrange and mark exams. In the online exam, is enhanced integrity, and you have no fear of exam leakage or malpractice by either examiners or candidates. There is a leeway of international candidates to sit for exams in their respective countries, or any Kenyan maybe candidate who travels outside the country before the exam is able to sit for the same in whichever country they are in. There were challenges as well. There was high initiation cost of ICT infrastructure. Remember, the exams are done it is online but center-based. So mounting the infrastructure of ICT was costly. There was internet fluctuations in the centers, and this necessitated involvement of the providers. There was information technology skill limitation among the candidates, and even them that had an idea of the same found it very difficult for them to log into the system. There were outdated candidates. Candidates did not add outdated laptops, gadgets which were could not cope or which were not compatible with the Proctor system that was being used. In conclusion, the online licensure examination is the better alternative that provides for more benefits than paper-based examination. And the challenges associated with the same are mitigable. So there are things that are doable to make things right. What the researchers recommend, they recommend that there is need to invest in ICT infrastructure in both the council and also in the examination centers, as well as the training institutions in preparation for these candidates to do the exam. The protocols should guide on relevant information technology skills that our candidates need before undertaking the exams during the training session. And also there is need for specification gadgets to the candidates which are needed in doing the exams. And thank you. That is the question.
Thank you, Bettina. I would like to welcome questions. Looking out for questions at the chat area. I'm not able to see any questions. Colleagues, could you ask questions to the three presenters so that they are able to give us feedback? Any questions or anyone who would like to ask a question to any of the three presenters? Anne, Dixon, or Bettina?
Yes, we have some questions from the people in presence. 1 minute.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I want to ask a quick one on the immigration, the presentation on the immigration. And I'm asking myself, the chances, of course, of growth and professional development, even people as people immigrate, is good. So I'm asking from the nursing council perspective, do we have any form of packaging on the issues that immigrants face and what to expect that is shared with individuals or persons who are in these professions who are planning to immigrate? Is there any form of packaging of information so that people can know exactly what they are going for, so that it's not just one way, just thinking that I'm going out there and things will be all good?
Thank you.
Thank you, presenters. You've done a fantastic job, presented well with clarity and a very topical areas. I have a question, actually two, for Kintai. There was a recommendation that international standards of immigration should be adhered to. I am asking myself, you mean they are not adhered to at the moment? Do people just go when they feel like going? Then the standards are ignored. Or then the second question, the recommendation on training more nurses. This has worried me a lot, even when the government keeps on announcing that we need more to train more, many are leaving. Economically, what does it mean to us? You know, a third world country, and they go, many of them, to the first world. Whose budget should we be using to train them? Because it's very expensive to train a healthcare professional, a nurse, because of the sort of work that they do. That is taking care of lives where mistakes should not be done. Because if mistakes occur, then we lose lives or we have disability. Then that is for Kintai. I have a question for this one is Anne. Again, Anne, thank you. The 5 nurses who were included in the study and the ones who were already accused of alleged malpractice. And we are trying to find out how much the nurses know with rigor, understanding of the tools and the regulations. Once one is accused and they face the panel, even before they face the panel, they go through those documents very seriously. I'm saying this out of experience when interacting with people who are accused. So wasn't it some bit of bias? In fact, quite a big bias, because these nurses already gained more knowledge than they had before they were accused. So they were not at par with every other nurse. Then the recommendation that nurses and nurses need to understand the different tools. This is very good recommendation, but I was wondering, can we not expand the recommendation to include training? Because there is need when we realize that people are lacking in knowledge or skill, then we usually recommend training, and this would be very important for the trainers, both the private and public. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for that. So many questions. I'm sure they are jotting them down. One more from here.
Thank you. Mine is to all of us, all of you. I don't know, you talked about especially Dixon. Yes. Sorry. Dixon, you talked about proficiency, English proficiency, and it actually bothers me. This is, of course, to all of us, maybe not only for nursing. It bothers me that, if I am correct, that we get people out of our system, out of Kenya, nurses, very well trained, skilled, and we don't doubt their skills. But then the people who want them or who are using them for practices do not have faith in the language. That is, you don't know, you don't have enough skills in English or something. I don't know how this happens, whether there's a problem in the training of our students from wherever level to now where you get them trained and then they have to go out there and then they realize that these people don't know or don't have English. I think you just need to explain to us. Maybe sometimes we could even have programs like English or German or French for specific purposes. That means a language for me and for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mwamisi. I think we take those ones first and then we shall continue from there. Okay, we start with this.
Thank you very much for the questions. I want to begin from the last one, from Daktari Mwamisi, the question of English. I think that is a fodder for our next study as Nursing Council of Kenya. Because when we look at the International English Language Testing System and we compare with what we get in Kenya, our nurses undertake a test that is to do with the listening skills, reading skills, writing, speaking, and this is by the British Council. I hear your sentiments, and I think my team and I will look at that and make some recommendation on how we want to support to ensure that we get, even as we get quality, it is all-round quality. I know there's been a lot of discussion around nurses failing English, but I want to say this: our nurses have what it takes to meet international standards. So some of these tests we need to align. And I know there is an aspect of CBC also coming up in the next few years. Universities and teaching institutions across the country will provide nursing and also who train health workforce. They can look at that component of English language. There is also an occupational English testing system. Some of these prescriptions, yeah, we are the best English language speaking country within East and Central Africa, I believe. But we will look at that in our study, colleagues. I know you are following online. And in the next conference, we'll present a paper on what is the relationship between this English and the uptake of these international jobs. There was a question on packaging of health information to ensure that our nurses going to take just in overseas know what they are going there for. In the current, in this study, we looked at about 686 nurses. The government, when the government has put in resources to ensure that the nurses have the information, there is a bilateral agreement with the UK government to have our nurses work there. So we package the information, we look at the contract, we are sure where the nurses are going. So we give them the information, we have trainings, we have pre-departure trainings. We also take them through all what they need. There is a whole spectrum, and then they are given an offer before even you know and what you will learn. You also know the accommodation costs and that you expect. That when making a decision, you will also discuss with your families, are you going to take this money? So they have a choice, but we give them all the information. And as the regulator, we are acting currently as an agent for government. So we give them all the information. And in addition, for the English language test, the Kenya Medical Training College has been given resources because we are partners in this to train the nurses. It's free training. So we encourage all our nurses to participate online to get this training on the English part. And we are, and all of them, even where they are going, you've had those who have gone recently to the UK. We are following them. We are following them. We are and if there are any challenges, the Nursing Council of Kenya and the government will handle those issues. There was another question on training more nurses. Yes, when you look at Kenya, I would say as a person economically, if you are earning 20,000 and you go to the UK, you earn 500,000, your family is at home. As a person, I believe it can add value. I know there are other challenges we look at. And also this could contribute to our GDP because there are remittances in terms of the money that comes back home. To the question on whose budget do we need to look at, we encourage more partnership in even building the health workforce because there is UHC and globally we're also looking at ensuring that the nurse and patient ratio is something that can be achieved in the long run. World Health Organization is working with all the countries to ensure that is done. I may not speak conclusively on the question of budget, but that is something that we can look at going forward. Thank you.
Next, we have Anne. Thank you very much, Prof. I start with the easier one on the recommendation. And it is true, I agree we need to expand it so that we include training. And I will include it here so that even as I share this and the recommendations also from this team with our bigger team, this is something that we can take into consideration in addition now to bringing those who are already qualified on board so that we can also build their capacity in the specific area. Yeah, it is true that if I'm accused, I will want to understand all that pertain to the crime that I have committed. But despite that, the finding was still that there was very little understanding. So perhaps it would have been worse. Or if I go now to a hospital to that nurse, that midwife who is not facing any litigation, I am now asking myself, will they know anything? And again, that now comes back now to the recommendation, the expansion of that recommendation so that we can educate and build that capacity so that we are not waiting to face the charge, but rather we are armed and we can be able to mitigate. Thank you.
We have Bettina going next. Mine is a comment because there was no specific question posted to me. But I can say yes, the Nursing Council is committed to ensuring that training of nurses is quality and dependable. Why the Nursing Council regulates nursing profession is that we ensure that us, the consumer of nursing, are taken care of by competent nurses. And also, as you, I don't know whether you are aware of recent times that currently we have more than 174 nurse training institutions which are training nurses. And every year we have approximately a total of 8,000 nurses being seeded out into the public. In Kenya, we are not able to absorb although that big number of nurses. And so we can say that we train for our own consumption and it's also for international consumption. The only challenge may be is that we may be seeding out the best or the cream when we are being left with maybe people who do not maybe in a way measure, but Nursing Council is committed to ensuring that and also supporting them that are in practice to ensure that they continually update on the current trends depending on
currently managing of diseases, which has really hit the world, the country, and the world at large. Thank you.
Thank you, Bettina. But my question is, we, as a government and as a taxpayer, we are paying for training the nurses, and you're saying we are training more than we need. So how do we ensure that at least we are gaining as a government? We are investing, and we know training of nurses, as my colleague professor said, is very expensive. So we are training more than we need, and then there are half of them we cannot absorb, they are going away. Do we bond them? And could there be a policy that we don't train as many? Or we just take what we need? What would be your proposal? Okay, thank you, Daktari. I'll answer partly, then Anne will finish up. And Daktari, yes, it is true that we are training nurses, and as I had said, and also Dixon had commented that we train not only for our own use, but also for external international standards. And that is why when these nurses go outside the country, there is some percentage that is usually given back to the country. This also raises our GDP. And also on the same is that many countries, you can see now the fight that the other countries have, they really want nurses from Kenya. It's not only UK, we have also other countries like the EU. There are also other countries who have come up now to partner with Kenya to export our nurses because of the skill and the competency that our nurses have. So I don't believe that it is just in vain that we are training, they are going, but in a way we are training our staff as a country, it is a profession. I just want to return to what you said earlier. And what Bettina has said, and I feel challenged that I need to do that bilateral agreement more than perhaps I do now. Like an agreement. What has the government negotiated as in return to the exportation of the nurse? And looking basically, there are many nurses even who are going over and beyond the bilateral agreement because they are agents that are recruiting. And as Dixon said, when that nurse goes to Australia and they send money back home because that is where the family is, or they want to develop in the country, it's still a gain for us. And so, yes, we have lost that person. We have lost part of the health workforce that we have trained, but there is going to be that economical gain in regard to the earnings that come back to our country. And I feel I need to understand the agreement so that I can be able to be in a better position to say, has the government negotiated something in return to these brains that we are giving them? We have one more question. A minute.
Because we know about the nurses going and the ones who are working here. We know in our country, we are very much below the WHO recommendation of what ratios of patients and nurse to patients. Even doctors, we know the health workers. Now we are losing so many. What is the nursing council doing about it? Because even if we walk to the nearest of hospitals where we are now, we will meet this entire shortage. What are we doing? Because they are going away, and yet we are very short.
One more short question.
Thank you again to our colleagues, Nursing Council. I don't know, beats me kidogo to realize that you have another cadre, the enrolled midwife or enrolled nurse. I don't know whether you are still training that cadre. And then again, we are usually told, unless I'm behind the statistics, that we do not have enough health workers, enough nurses to attend and treat our people in Kenya. And yet we are also giving them away. And if they're going to give us something back, we thank God. What do I do? But then if you are able to balance, that is good, because what I know is that our nurses are really skilled. Sometimes you don't compare them with the others. Thank you.
Thank you. One more comment, and then we return to the chair.
Thank you. I think the discussion is healthy, and in my view, I see a situation where the Nursing Council should take advantage because this is a resource, and it looks like it's a resource that is in high demand. And like we see many times, we take patients to India and other places. So they have strengthened that sector so that it serves them and it also serves the rest of the world. In a similar manner, the human resource, specifically nursing, seems to be a resource that is in demand. So I think nursing can take advantage, strengthen themselves in terms of the collaboration they have with the government and the other institutions and even other countries, so that they truly prepare all nurses, not just those who are, of course, going to this particular country, but they enhance it so that even if you're going to produce more, we produce with a target that we're going to be doing this. Of course, individuals will benefit, but the country would also benefit more if it is structured. So I think the strengthening of the structures of how to do this so that it is almost an export item. You know, I use the word item here for lack of a better word. It should be done now in a more structured manner.
Thank you, Dr. Mushiri. Maybe the last comment. I think we haven't seen anything online. Then we shall go to the next session. Bettina, please. Okay, thank you so much. I'll start with the first question of shortage in our healthcare facilities, where you find that the nurses who are there are not enough, offering care that is needed. As a council, we have embarked, not now, but we have put measures in place, and we are in consultation with the national government and the county government, where our registrar is taking a center stage in advising the national government and also the county government on the nurse-patient ratios. You find that previously you used to have an outcry of employment challenges, where we were talking about the bloated wages in the country, but we cannot underrate the health of the country, because with limited number of nurses taking care of our communities or our masses, it means that we are going to offer substandard care. So the council has started talks, negotiations, the national government, and we have started an activity that we call accreditation of training institutions and also clinical placement areas, where we are assessing the training, the clinical placement areas where our nurses practice, and we are giving the government the ratios as part of candidates, the students that are being posted or practicing that and clinical placement areas, and that is our hospitals. We have also, in conjunction with the ministry, formulated an organogram which runs in hospitals. So this stipulates very well the number of nurses that each hospital level of care will need, and their specialties as well. And we believe that this will really play a big role in ensuring that the patient-nurse ratios are taken care of, as well as the ratios for training institutions. Because when these ratios are taken care of, it means that our trainers will also receive the best guidance by our nurses. So that is what the Nursing Council has done. And as far as training of enrolled community health nurses are concerned, yes, there are specific training institutions that are training that cadre, and that is, we call them the marginalized areas. We find that there are training institutions, but they do not have maybe people who would wish to be nurses, but who meet the criteria to train as at maybe higher levels. So they can so the need to have this cadre in those areas so that we may train for those areas, because you find that the nurses, the other cadres train, and they want to leave, or nobody from the other areas want to go. So we want to train so that they may be retained in those areas. Also, we have the East African community where this cadre is being trained, like Uganda, Tanzania, and the other countries, and find that many of these nurses trained there are Kenyans. So they would wish to come back and give care to our Kenyan population. And so these are people that we can't also ignore. What also the council has done is that we are really stressing on specialization. Depending on the current trend of diseases, we really need specializations. And this saw also the emergence of a cadre by the name geriatric nurses. These are cadre that may not be very relevant in Kenya, but outside there it's very marketable, because you find that we have homes for the whole, the geriatrics and all that. This is a cadre that can be very marketable outside there, and it has already been initiated in Kenya and it is running. Alice, thank you so much.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Bettina and the other colleagues for the feedback. I think we'll go to the next session, and I welcome Dr. Zipporah to take over. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I had an interview and the doctor stepping in at the right time. Thank you. Now let us go to the
hear you, you probably may need to switch off your video so that you can improve on your internet. Put your video off.
We shall have Sister Jacqueline Mosetti. Please start.
Present.
Dr. Zipporah, we seem to be having an internet problem. Maybe remove your video and then we may hear you better. I think we seem to have lost Daktari. We cannot hear her. Is it only here? Okay, Dr. Kawila, go ahead.
Thank you. I think Sister Jacqueline, you have 10 minutes.
I am there.
Okay, Sasa Daktari. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Jacqueline Musetti Injete, an HMS student in Kenya Methodist University, and my thesis is on influence of registration process on health insurance utilization among NHIF members in Isiolo County. Providers need to know a patient's identity to assess relevant, okay, this is the background information. Providers need to know a patient's identity to assess relevant medical and treatment histories and ensure that they are giving consistent and appropriate care. Patients need documentation, proof, and health systems and health insurance companies require identification for users. Registration for the health insurance is affected by various factors and the extent to which factor hasn't been evaluated. The variables studied included communication of registration details, knowledge of registration process, the time taken for registration, and the demographic factors. The problem of low level of health insurance literacy issues related to insurance scheme in Kenya, and in particular Isiolo County, and the subsequent lack of the study on the role of registration and the uptake of health insurance cover among patients in the location of the study is a gap that the researcher wants to fill. The statement problem. Out-of-pocket payment is inequitable and inefficient in financing health services. This has negatively impacted on utilization of healthcare services in Kenya, and acknowledging the factors that influence people to register for health insurance is very important in considering the success of health financing through health insurance and in reducing the over-reliance on out-of-pocket payment for health care. The main objective of the study is to establish the role of registration process for health insurance on utilization of healthcare services amongst NHIF members in Isiolo County. And the 4 specific objectives are to establish the influence of accuracy of data captured on utilization of healthcare, to determine the influence of knowledge of registration details on utilization of healthcare services among NHIF members, and to assess the influence of communication about registration process on utilization of healthcare services among NHIF members, and to establish the time taken to complete the registration process on utilization of healthcare services among NHIF members. The next slide, please. Next slide, please. The research design employed cross-sectional descriptive survey design and quantitative data was collected. The target population was all NHIF insured households in Isiolo County, and the sample size was calculated using the formula of Kish-Leslie year 1965, and a total of 382 respondents with the NHIF health insurance participated in the study. The inclusion criteria household included the households willing to participate, residents of Isiolo County, residents residing in Isiolo County at least the last 12 months prior to the study, insured or registered with the NHIF. The exclusion criteria was the clients who did not give consent to participate and non-Isiolo County residents. The primary data was collected with manufactured questionnaires, and data analysis was done by quantitative data, which was analyzed by use of the SPSS version 25, and both descriptive and inferential statistics were done. Inferential statistics included correlation matrix and chi-square. This table shows the cross-tabulation of socio-demographic characteristics and health insurance in utilization, which showed that the marital status and occupation status and number of dependents had a positive and were significant correlated to national health insurance utilization. And we see the marital status had a p-value of 0.033, then occupation status 0.044, and the number of dependents 0.18, which is less than the p-value of 0.05, so they were significant. These findings represent the responses of utilization of health insurance by the participant, And the principal member of the NHIF insurance were most of the respondents with 80.9%. And the other, those who did not have any other health insurance covers were 83.5%, which is also significant. And 53% of the respondents had already used their card in the last 12 months, which indicated that more than half of the respondents had already utilized the services. Use of the NHIF card to pay for health services. This is measuring the independent variable of knowledge of registration details and health insurance utilization. And amongst those that had used their NHIF card, either for inpatient or outpatient services, 95.8% knew where to enroll and register for their NHIF covers, and they that could change their, and 92.1% knew they could change their facility of choice. 87.8% agreed that they knew the various benefits they were entitled to, such as inpatient services, and less than a half, 43.4% knew tests that concerned malaria, stool, and blood sugar tests. Next slide, please. So this, next slide, please. Next slide, please. So this correlation matrix tested the correlation between the dependable variables, which is utilization of health insurance services, and independent variables of knowledge of registration details, accuracy of registration details, and communication of registration process and time taken for registration. There is a significant correlation between the utilization of healthcare insurance from NHIF and the respondent knowledge of existence and the registration information details, which shows the significance, the correlation, which is 0.935, and then with a p-value of 0.04, which shows a significant. Then there is a positive and significant correlationship existing.
Sister, you have 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes.
Okay. There is a positive and significant correlation existing between NHIF utilization and communication of registration information, with a correlation coefficient of 0.407 and then a p-value of 0.043. So there is a positive and significant correlation existing in NHIF utilization and communication of registration information and the time taken to register for insurance covers, because they are below the p-value of 0.05. Next, please. Next slide, please. The regression analysis. The coefficient of determination obtained from the model was 0.62. This indicated the regression model explained only 62% of the factors that affected enrollment and registration to NHIF insurance cover. And then the coefficients holding other factors constant, that is utilization and registration of NHIF services, at 1.87, a unit change in knowledge of registration requirements led to 0.03 unit increase in enrollment and registration to the insurance schemes, compared to a decrease of negative 0.64 decrease in utilization of national health insurance due to inaccuracy of details. A unit change in communication of registration details led to a decrease of 0.04 in NHIF utilization, while a unit change in time taken for registration led to a decrease of 0.12 in NHIF utilization.
Sister, you have 30 seconds to summarize.
Conclusion, all respondents were insured by NHIF clients and the majority had no other health policies apart from the universal health coverage card from NHIF. Slightly more than half of the respondents indicated that they or their family members had fallen ill in the past year, and the number of outpatient services was more utilized than inpatient services. Among the cross-tabulated factors, marital status, dependent size, and occupation status variables were all significant, and they tended to increase the NHIF utilization. Recommendations. The study sought to investigate the influence of registration process in health insurance utilization among NHIF members in Isiolo County, and the variables were the accuracy of data and capture.
Thank you. Time is up. Please wind up.
Okay, the knowledge of communication, detail requirements, communication, registration, time taken for a great role in enrollment. The health insurance programs and policymakers should emphasize on the mass education of the necessity of enrollment in health insurance schemes, both private and public, and the various requirements that are required to complete the process with the effective channel of communication to the end users or beneficiaries of those health schemes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sister, for the presentation. Next, we have Dr. Miriam Wangare. Please mount the slides for her. Dr. Miriam Wangare, are you there? Miriam Wangare, are you there?
Yes, I'm in attendance in the conference physically.
Okay, okay, okay. Thank you. Take the floor, please.
Thank you, Dr. Zipora. Thank you very much for the introduction. So my study is quite similar to my colleague in Jete, but was done in Nairobi County. And apart from registration, we're looking at other factors influencing access to outpatient health services for NHIF insured persons within Nairobi County. My supervisors were very key in this study, Professor Wanja and Ms. Lillian, I thank you. So this is my outline. So why access? It's one of the principles of healthcare delivery. Remember, it could be geographical, economical, social, cultural. The NHIF, it's a government state corporation, as mentioned earlier, for all mandated to provide health for all patients above 18. And the mandate is to provide accessible, affordable, sustainable, and quality healthcare. As my colleague said, the utilization is low. So why is that? Is it because of factors which we can control? So we mapped one of the things, is it poor access, and what are these factors? So objectives, general objective is to assess factors that influence access, specifically influence of social demographic characteristics, influence of knowledge of NHIF benefits, influence of NHIF processes, influence of frequency of drug supplies in the facilities with NHIF. Next. So I formed hypotheses in the null for each specific objective. So my theoretical framework was a systems theory, which says that different parts interrelate to achieve an intended objective. And this was my conceptual framework. Next slide. Which were four independent variables: social demographic, knowledge, processes, and frequency. And the dependent variable was access. Each of them had sub-variables. So research methodology, it was a descriptive cross-sectional model. Target was NHIF registered users within Nairobi County, specifically the Hamza area. A sampling technique, it was computer assisted. Sample size was 400. We are using the Slovene's formula was 385 plus attrition rate of 15. We used a validated questionnaire. Our response rate was about 90%. Sorry about this slide, but I'll just summarize. Social demographics, so we go to the descriptive results, statistics. So majority were male, aged between 26 to 33 years, were married, had a diploma level of education, had children between 1 and 4. Number of household participants was 1 to 4, had an income of 20,000 to 50,000, and they were professionals. So NHIF memberships, a majority 83% were civil servants, majority were principal members, as you can see 75%, and majority were registered. Next. So in terms of knowledge, they, I think, agreed, majority agreed, they knew about general consultation, treatment of local diseases, lab tests, drugs, health education, surgical procedures, that there was inclusion of up to 4 dependents. However, majority disagreed, that they were actually surprised that NHIF covers cancer treatments and specialized x-rays like CT scans and MRI. And we did an overall analysis when we combined all the responses, and we saw that 86% actually said that knowledge of benefits improves access. In terms of processes, I think this has been very well elaborated by my colleague. So they knew the processes, they were aware that it covers health services, including private health services, how to register, waiting period, using the card, changing health facilities, monthly contributions and penalties. And in overall, when you combined all the effects, we had a response of 86% that they were aware that awareness of the processes improves access. When we go to views on drug supplies, so they said to use their NHIF card to visit health facilities, especially health facilities where there are drugs. There was always a wide variety of drugs and they have quality medicines. Significant number, 37%, disagreed that they never used their card. So when we combined all the responses, we found that 70.3% agreed that frequent drug supplies in the facilities with NHIF improve access. Next. So in terms of the dependent variable, we also looked at access in itself, and the respondents agreed that NHIF services are always available. They prescribed services as indicated, and the facility was close to home. A fair number, 36%, said that the cost to the facility was not affordable, and the waiting time was too long, and they were always treated well. Majority disagreed, 49%, and they had access to all the services, particularly because they had to copay, 59.8% disagreed. They were neutral on whether they're asked to copay. I think this depended on the facility. When you combined all the responses, we found that access in itself from these responses that they denied that NHIF services were accessible. So 51.5% actually said they were not accessible. So when you go to the inferential statistics, so what we did is we tested the hypothesis. Remember, they are to the null. So for example, that social demographic characteristics do not influence access. So as we can see, for each of these characteristics, the p-value was not significant. So we need to reject the null. For the knowledge of NHIF benefits, processes and drug supply, they were significant. So we actually rejected the null and hence concluded that NHIF benefits have statistically benefit to access by NHIF users within Nairobi County. So when we go to the multivariate logistic regression, what we did each of these social demographic characteristics, then we went to each of our independent variables, and we also did odds ratio. So as you can see, we the chi-square done before was not significant for social demographics, but when we look at multivariate logistic regression, it was actually confirming what we found earlier. In terms of knowledge of NHIF benefits, we found that 0.543 were less likely to access healthcare using NHIF if they were not aware of the NHIF benefits. We also found that knowledge of 0.466, that's in the odds ratio, if they did not know about the NHIF processes, they were less likely to access the service using the NHIF. And if a facility did not have frequent drug supply, about 0.437 were less likely to access healthcare using their NHIF. So in conclusion, knowledge of benefits, the processes of NHIF, as well as frequent drug supplies, have a positive influence on accessibility, unlike social demographic characteristics, as in my study. So what we recommend for NHIF, number one, NHIF as a corporation should target members who had lower access. We know that males and younger people, so we're talking target females, persons less than 26 or more than 42, who are unemployed with low incomes, meaning reach out more to these members to facilitate access. The government should look for ways to subsidize the cost. Remember, some people were unsure whether they are asked to copay or not, and this may be a hindrance. Staff at NHIF facilities should be trained on customer care, continue practicing good, but we can improve. Then NHIF corporations to ensure that facilities under the scheme, including public hospitals, are well stocked with drugs and other supplies, and inform the public, because even if they supply and do not inform the public, we will not have improving access. NHIF should continue the good trend. We are aware that they have aggressive campaigns, media coverages, and training. So this should continue so that we can improve on waiting time and accessibility. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Wangare, for finishing 2 minutes before the allocated time. That was a wonderful presentation. Let us go to the next person. And please let us put questions across for the presenters as we progress. Let us do that so that after this, after Wajala, we are going to have question and answer time. So put the questions across as we continue. Let us now have Pepela Wajala. Pepela, it's your time. Please start. Are you there? Pepela? Wanjala, are you there? If you are there, please say, respond in the affirmative. Probably Pepela is not there.
Dr. Pepela is there, I can see speaking, but we cannot hear.
Okay, so probably internet problem. Could he be muted? He or she could. The person be muted or what?
No, he's not.
Hello, are you getting me?
Yeah.
We are getting you now.
Okay.
Please
fine.
continue. Start.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm presenting this on behalf of our team. We had Professor Wancha, Professor Joyce Kirui, Mungato, and Samuel Jebret, looking at a synopsis analysis of the current routine, information we have, also projecting on what we need to do next, so that we have a focus on the universal health coverage, so that we have a difference in terms of showing the outcome results. Simply, in terms of UHC, UHC means that all people and communities can use promotive, preventive, they need of sufficient quality to, while ensuring that the use of these services does not expose these users in terms of financial hardship. Now, when we talk about UHC, we are actually basically talking about 3 drivers. We are talking about equity in terms of service coverage. We talk about access to quality of services. So that is the whole aspect of when we are talking about UHC. And in terms of this, it is not a new phenomenon because from the Second World War, there were many countries that started in terms of having their social cohesion, like in Europe. And also countries like Japan, they have now 60 years implementation of progress towards the UHC. Countries like Thailand, which we almost share the same aspect in terms of implementation, they have implemented UHC, and we are actually sharing with them in terms of ensuring that we are also on course. WHO Constitution of 2010, the highest attainable standard for health for all. And from the Almata Declaration, that's why we say that UHC is not a new phenomenon, it has been there. From the Almata Declaration in 1978, where there was a call for health for all, this was one of the critical aspects that people were implementing towards universal health coverage. We have quite a number of documents in the country. We have the policy framework of 2014-2030, and this is where UHC is anchored. And right now, what is there that the UHC 2020-2030 policy has affirmed the whole process on which direction we are going, including the output financing mechanism. Next, please.
Yeah, Wajala, move fast. I'm afraid you might get caught off guard. Move fast. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, in 2018, Secretary General for the World Health Organization stated that nobody should die, should fall sick and die just because of they are poor. And with this, he introduced what they call triple billion aspects, looking at 1 billion more beneficiaries on UHC, and also looking at the health emergencies in terms of 1 billion people put on that, and also the health people becoming more healthier. And this is in this aspect, just overemphasizing the UHC aspect and the Sustainable Development Goals. Next. In terms of us implementing this, then we require a kind of simultaneous attention in terms of the context in which we are, the situation where we are, look at the processes that we have in this so that we are not leaving anyone behind. And also in terms of this, we need also to have both our enemies and also look at even those who are close to us so that we are including everyone in terms of implementation of UHC. Next, please. In terms of for us to implement this, if everyone is together, then we shall be able to improve by increasing the coverage. We are able to also reduce the cost sharing.
We are not getting you, Wajala.
Service, increase the service, and that will reduce the that with some money in the pocket that they can use it. Next. Internet problem.
You seem, Wanjala, we have lost you. Dr. Zipporah, are you there?
Yeah. We have lost him. Now, what do we do?
Let's pick questions from the two presenters.
Okay. Please, let's have questions for Dr. Miriam and for Sister Jacqueline as we wait for Wajala. You can ask or write on the chat. Questions for Dr. Miriam and Sister Musetti, please. As we wait for Anjala.
I have no questions.
Members, are we there?
We are here. People have, they were not ready for questions. I think they were still digesting. You have got them off guard, but they are thinking. We have more than 60 people online. I'm sure they have questions. Let's see. There's a question, Miriam, what's new knowledge that you're bringing in? Okay, thank you very much. I think I get that question every time, but I'm adding on to the knowledge. It is always good to know what you're doing well and what you are not. So for me, it's an add-on. And I think majority of the people have looked at utilization, looking at access. Majority have looked at uptake of the NHIF insurance. I'm looking at benefits, processes, frequency of drugs. If these are influential, we can continue with the good work. So it's more of an add-on. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. Any questions to Sister Jacqueline? Any other to? Yes, there is a question. Miriam, what is new knowledge that you are, no, that is what you have answered. Thank you.
Maybe to Jacqueline, how can we improve the registration process now that you have done the study? What should the NHIF do to improve the registration process?
Yeah, the NHIF need to maximize their registration process by going to the interior and also being able to not just use the media that those who have access to technology are able to access, and the ones really on the ground in the villages. Some of them, like there are villages deep in Isiolo, where I think they have not reached. So that was Isiolo County, but I'm sure maybe there are also other places where those who have no access to the technology of social media or phones and all that, they are not able to access the good advertisement that always goes on for NHIF.
So thank you, Jacqueline and Miriam. I have a quick question. Insurance is such an important aspect in our lives. What I would really want to understand is, why is the car industry achieving almost 100% insurance and we can't do the same for humans? So I think this is to both presenters.
Thank you. Can I ask a quick one? Now, I see that access to drugs is almost a primary determinant as to how well the users want to use the National Health Insurance Fund. And I'm wondering aloud whether in your studies, you think that if NHIF was to partner directly with the suppliers of drugs, so that drugs are availed to the hospitals, would that improve the uptake? And what would be the implication in terms of the coverage, both I think in Isiolo and of course at the Nairobi, the study in Nairobi. So I suppose since we see that drugs is a primary determinant of to access, how would we then improve access by ensuring that perhaps the fund partners with suppliers of drugs to ensure that these really are available and that do not become any longer a barrier?
maybe Sister Njeti, I can take first the two questions. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for your questions. So when it pertains to car insurance versus human insurance, I think for car insurance, it's mandatory to at least get a third party. For human insurance, more so NHIF, it's not mandatory. In our setup in the health insurance and in hospitals and in healthcare, whether you're talking about from the primary setup all the way up to even international, I don't think there's anyone who would put human, like national social insurance as a necessity and as a must for each and every citizen. Ideally, that is what should happen. But we have people who are in the private sector who do not have NHIF, people who are self-employed who do not have NHIF, such that they are told it is good, you can apply for NHIF, but it has not been made mandatory by the government that each and every citizen in Kenya should have NHIF. Secondly is the premiums we pay for NHIF. Ideally, in the West, they are covered with their social insurances. People do not pay, people are covered. And it's, I think, the higher margin of society who pays for the lower, and they have programs. So in Kenya, if I'm in the private sector and I wish to get NHIF, whether it's for my mother, my brother, I am recommended to pay a certain amount and for me to access the service. So I think that's a great limitation. And I'm sure the government in time, as we're developing, will come with measures where they will ensure majority, or if not the whole population, under the social insurance. For car insurance versus human life is more important, I agree. And that is one of the recommendations that I myself will give to them. Hopefully my study will influence that, but I think it's a process, sure process that is about to come. For drug influence, what NHIF has done is that it has made affordable the drugs especially in the public facilities, especially where it comes from. So NHIF, once you get your NHIF, especially if you are in the civil service, you basically can get very expensive drugs under the cover without actually paying for anything. The only limitation comes in patients or persons like ourselves who get NHIF outside our workplace or in the private sector. Then you have to copay, and NHIF has limits to the amount of drugs and the services that you can get. So I think this is also work in progress with our government. There are lots of interested parties. We also have KEMSA, which has partnered with the public institutions, and even the mission hospitals have their own drug supplies. So outside the social insurances, the government is working very hard. But that is a very good idea, that if NHIF partnered with this, like for example, KEMSA, the Medical Supplies Authority, then we would have more drugs available, especially in the public sector and to majority of the people. This is for the private insurances. I didn't go through the limitations. One of the limitations of my study is that I looked at a social insurance and it was delimited to this NHIF. So when we looked at other insurances, this is already occurring. They have partnership with pharmacies and other wholesalers, and they provide drugs to institutions and even provide drugs to these public facilities and mission hospitals as a charity. So that is going on in the private sector. I think for the social insurance and the government in the public sector, it will catch up with time, hopefully. I don't know if I've answered. Thank you.
Yeah. Can I do this? Thank you. A follow-up. Should the government continue to engage in if the private insurances are working and they are shown to be working better, should the government be looking to get more engaged, or should it provide or create a better environment so that the private insurance are much more willing to cover persons beyond the employed? Because it happens that a lot of the people who go through the private insurance are probably employed or are actively working so that they are able to afford. Should the government not be making effort to create an environment where the private insurers thrive, because they seem to work, they seem to have the resources, they seem to make sure that drugs are available to everybody who they cover, and so that the government is then left with just a small part of the population where they may not necessarily even need to pay for the cover, because like you suggested, the government may then be able to cover them. So I'm asking, and I think that's not really the primary study that you carried out, but looking at it, wouldn't it be, and because you are scientists, you should be able to think out of the, the study. Do you think the government should desist from trying to move further and further into whatever they are calling advanced healthcare?
Okay, thank you so much for that. I think it's very important. The public-private partnerships are very important, but at the end of the day, everybody has a vested interest. For example, the private insurance companies want to make profit as much as possible. The government is mandated to provide universal healthcare. So we need to get that balance. And I think the public-private partnerships are key. And as I said, this is work in progress, and I think we can take it up. One of the mandates of us, especially since we are doing this course and we're more knowledgeable, would be to spearhead some of these things once we go back to our workplaces, to spearhead that if we have, and work hard towards getting that influence, we'll facilitate this one. Very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. There is just one more, I'll take one more question for Dr. Mariam, which is utilization higher among NHIF members in Nairobi than rural areas? Doctor, you can respond to that one, then we move on.
Thank you very much. I think Peter wanted to answer also, but maybe I can answer before. For my specific study, I was looking at utilization in Nairobi. So that was not the question, but I would also want to look at the rural areas. I can only postulate because we've not had a scientific, I've not compared Nairobi with the rural areas scientifically, but given that in Nairobi we have majority of the patients who maybe are employed or work in the government services, in Kenya there's no per se decentralization. Like Nairobi is the metropolis where we have government services, civil servants. So I presume that Nairobi would have a higher population with those people. In my literature review, there are about 7 million NHIF registered members, 2 million of which is in Nairobi. But that was in 2017. So currently, I'd also like to look at that. So that's a good area of study. So when you look at 2 million out of 7, it's almost 40%, I think, about there. Yeah, so looking at the rest of Kenya, there's a significant population in Nairobi, but that is a research question that we can look into.
Thank you, Dr.
I just, excuse me. Yeah, can I speak something?
Go ahead.
She's asking, there's someone who is asking, can your result findings be generalized? That is to Dr. Miriam Wangari, the last question. Please respond to that, then we move to sister.
Okay.
Okay, that is a limitation in my study. Considering that the population in Nairobi is quite metropolitan, as I said, that is a limitation that we cannot generalize the findings to the rest of the country. However, it's a basis that we can form to have more studies in future. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we can have Sister Jacqueline. Thank you very much for your very informed responses, Dr. Wangari. Jacqueline can now respond to, Sister Jacqueline can respond to the question that is on the chat. Do you have it, or I read for you, Sister? Let me read for you.
Is it what is the uniqueness of the?
Yes, it is that question. It's that one.
Okay. This result at the counties. Yeah, the uniqueness of this
process. Sorry, continue.
Yeah.
Continue, sorry.
The uniqueness of this registration process that can be taken to other counties. Okay, Isiolo County, I chose Isiolo County because of its having been also a pilot of the universal health coverage. And if at all this was a pilot and the results that came up from the the pilot of UHC and registration, and then in my own study, the results that I found was that if at all the NHIF can be able to go to the interiors and maximize their registration there. And the process of registration is that the clients during registration, they are not given all the information about their benefits, and they don't understand more about the card. So, and that's why I said some of them have the card, but because they got the card and they are in the interiors, they don't get access to this information. So if this information is really given to all the ones in the interior, then it can be shared all over in the other counties, that they don't leave out those who are in the interiors.
Thank you, sister. There is another question directed to NH. Please look at it and see whether it is your question or for Dr. Mariam. Meanwhile,
one thing I just wanted to add about.
I want to know whether, okay, yes, add.
Excuse me. One thing I only wanted to add about the question that was about the car insurance has 100% registration and not insurance. I said, I think in our country, Kenya, or in Africa in general, the health has not been really taken as a basic need, and then insurance, people have no education of insurance. Here in Europe, you find that education for insurance, even children know about it, which I think if we educate also our people about how important the health is and the insurance, then they know it. I think another aspect that affects our country is poverty, because some people cannot even afford the premiums. So I think the agenda, the agenda of health in the four agendas for our president, if they are supported, that health is really, they take care of even those who are poor, that they are paid for maybe the premiums, then everybody can be under the insurance within the country.
Thank you, sister. Thank you. Now, if is there, please
Is back.
answer in the affirmative if you are there. Angela, are you back? Okay. Wajala seems to be, he is not yet back. I am now going to session number 3, and Amos Kadagal. Wajala, are you back?
Yes, I'm back.
Wajala, are you back?
Yes.
If Wajala is not back, let us go to Amos.
Angela is back.
We have finished the question and answer session. I now want to call Amos Kadagal.
Dr. Zipporah,
Amos Kadagal.
Dr. Zipporah, your internet is lagging, so let me help you out. We cannot hear you. I think, Wanjala, your slides are going to be up in the next 1 minute. We'll give you 5 minutes.
Okay, so Wanjala, please from where you left.
Yes, Dr. Zipporah, I am up. I don't know whether I'm being heard.
Yes, I want you to continue from where you left.
Yes,
please.
yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are hearing you.
So let's move, please.
Wanjala, slide? Yeah.
Let's move.
This slide, this one?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, for us to, as we are implementing a universal health coverage, we have the three drivers that I did mention, which are actually anchored on these four C's, what we call four S. Affordability, which we are talking about the financial protection that we need to make our services affordable, and even the question that we have been asking about the drugs supply is in this affordability. Are we able to afford? Then the issues around accessibility and equity, so that we make the services available and people should be able to access those services when they need. And also, these services must be of having sufficient quality, and that's why we promote high quality, people-centered and integrated services. So that is why if we have this as UHC, then we can be able to say, okay, we have the UHC at heart. Next, please. In terms of that, we have key drivers, deliverables, or what they call pillars, which all of us here, including the university, we need to actually be able to be participating in terms of ensuring that UHC works. And in terms of human resource trainings, all training institutions should be able to ensure that they are geared towards universal health coverage. We have issues around finance, where we need to engage the public-private partnerships in issues so that we are able to do that. Then engage all the farm and non-pharmaceutical institutions for good supply chain, engage the leadership board at the county and the national level, and more importantly, which we always forget, is the technology and the issues around the data management, which we need to ensure that all our systems are electronic, all our systems are able to enhance data for UHC. Minus that, then we can not be able to talk about UHC. Next, please. In terms of access as a country, I may say that if we look at the WHO recommendation of a 5-kilometer radius, then we can say, okay, we are good, because we have only 9 out of 47 counties that we can say they are 70 and below in terms of the health facilities having more than 5-kilometer radius. Otherwise, the rest of the country, that is around 38 counties. They are actually 70 plus. All the facilities are closer to within the 5-kilometer radius. Next, please. So since UHC is a journey, and this is what was proposed and what has been implemented and what is going on. In terms of, we had the 4 in 2018, 2019 as part of the implementing agenda 4 of government under the universal health coverage. We started with the 4 pilot counties, and we had lessons that we learned from those 4 counties. Also helped us to move. Purely the first phase was input financing, and then the second phase was input financing, as we also try to put the systems together, the health system building blocks, so that we are able to have them on board. We have human resources that we were able to invest in, basic equipment, including for the community. Then we have the third phase, which started in July, which also ended in 2021 June, which was transforming the systems, the health reforms in NHIF, and also KEMSA, to facilitate both the output financing and also looking at the the input financing basically. And then right now, what we are implementing is the long-term process where we, long-term, where we have the social health insurance, and with the current insurance, social health insurance as a mandatory aspect, is a matter of implementation and enforcing that so that we move away from cash at the health facility. Next, please. For us to do that, what we need is to ensure the current insurance coverage in the country is 20%. So that means we have to engage our care so that we move to 100% coverage. So you can see how far we need to move as a country. And when we look at the cost of subsidization that the government invests in, both the Linda Mama and the other aspects of the free care in the lower facilities, is only 25%. So we also need to engage another big care for us to this to happen. Then human resource is key, and it has been emphasized by other colleagues. Human resource is key. We are still below the norm. We need to do that, to employ more. The earlier agreement in the roadmap was that we have 10,000 employment of the health workers on an annual basis. This could have helped in terms of ensuring that access will be good and people will be available. What we need to do is in terms of out-of-pocket expenditure, because annually 118 billion shillings are paid by the Kenyans who are poor in terms of accessing the service. So if we reduce this to around 52 billion, then it can be also be able to help in terms of reducing the financial. Next. Next, please. So what do the whole aspect, this is the framework that is in the policy, and the whole aspect that we are implementing is in the, we have the various investment areas, including research, which is the last component here in terms of the process, but the output bit is what we are implementing in terms of UHC for us to get the health outcomes. Next. So for us to also implement, then we have to about turn the NHIF format of way they are actually reimbursing, because the current reimbursement, if you look at it, is concentrated in level 4, 5 or hospital level, but the primary level is currently not having that support. So for us, the suggestion is that we need to turn the table so that we have the whole benefit package in terms of primary level as we move up, so that as you move up, only referral and a few cases, and I know they will be having high cost, but there will be fewer. So a lot of things should happen at the primary level in that aspect of insurance. Next. This is the arrangement that we have proposed, which is now being piloted in 5 counties to see that it works. What we call the primary care networks, where we have a hospital with a network of the primary health centers, dispensaries, and clinics, and then they are able to refer cases there. They are able to also be managed and supervised by the health, the primary hospital, which can be a private hospital, it can be a government hospital, it can be a faith-based hospital. Next, please. Now, overall, when we look at the current scenario for the current UHC, what the UHC index, When we talk about UHC, we have 15 core set of indicators that the WHO and us also proposes as a country that we are monitoring in terms of looking at service coverage, quality, and financial risk protection. Out of those indicators, we're able to generate the index. So the UHC index, if you look at it, you can see we are still below. Most of the counties are below 70%, are below 80%.
Majala, start winding up. Start winding, please.
Next, please. So the approach that we need to do is to provide access to essential healthcare services to all, and this we can do it by ensuring that we have 100% coverage of insurance and also services. We also need to lower our financial barriers. Current financing to the sector is very low, so we need to increase that. We also need to improve efficiency and effectiveness of the teams. So we need all the health system pillars to strengthen, not to strengthen one pillar. Then we also need to improve the quality of our services, hiring the human, allowing, and also allowing the aspects of adherence to the standards. Next, please. There are challenges which I have also, in my discussion, I have also mentioned, which we need to address. Next. There are key things, lessons that we can compare with the countries that have gone ahead. One is that we should not be able to do things, business as usual. So we do it as unusual things. So we need to innovate. We need to bring in new ideas, new things. And we also need to increase the budget commitments across board. Everyone requires to put a lot of budgets in terms of this. We also need to improve incentive both to the personnel. What we need in terms of focus is to include all the ministries and also include in all the policies so that everyone is able to address this with the social determinants of health. We also need to
I think we have lost I no longer hear you. Okay.
Maybe we are hearing music.
Thank you very much.
That we have and issues around monitoring.
Thank you very
much. Coalition terms of our expectations. Next. Hello? So in
Thank you very much, Wanjala. Thank you. Thank you for managing despite the internet challenges. Very interesting study. And we have managed despite the challenges. Thank you. Thank you. Let us now add with that presentation. Thank you very much. We will start putting comments for Wajala down, but I want to put I want us to listen to the four and then come to questions for the four presenters. So next, let us go to Amos Kadagol. Amos, are you there? Amos,
yes.
Are you there?
Yes, Dr.
Please,
I am here.
Take the floor. Take the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And good evening all. Yes, I am Amos Kendakor. I'm here to present a systematic review titled the effectiveness of educational intervention to improve prescribing and dispensing of antibiotics in pharmacy. I want to acknowledge Professor Wanja and Dr. Joe Professor, who has been so instrumental in the development of this particular review. Next. Introduction. Inappropriate use of medicine in focus. Sorry, I think you've moved back, please. Okay, next. Thank you. Inappropriate use of antibacterial drugs have become a global problem, especially in developing countries with a poor healthcare system. The WHO 2006 estimates that more than 50% of all medicine are prescribed and dispensed inappropriately, whereas 50% of patients take them incorrectly. Misuse of these antibiotics leads to waste of scarce resources, widespread health hazards, antibiotic resistance, a decline in the effectiveness of these drugs, as well as increase in adverse reaction. And this has caused a big challenge in our hospitals in terms of infection control. Next. Inappropriate use of medicine involve many players. They are patients, they are the healthcare providers, as well as the community. Majorly, the healthcare professionals and quacks are the ones that prescribe and dispense these antibiotics inappropriately. Even though sometimes there is even no proven benefits of such treatment. Various types of intervention measures have been put in place, including training, regulatory, and multifaceted intervention. However, these have not beared fruit. This therefore calls for the review of the published educational intervention strategies on inappropriate use of antibiotics and assess their effectiveness. Next. The objective of the review was to synthesize evidence from published studies and assess the effectiveness of educational intervention strategies on prescribing and dispensing of antibiotic among pharmacists and drug sellers in developing countries. Next. Methodology. This review adopted the PRISMA guidelines in the search of the papers. However, the review was not registered with Prospero. The inclusion criteria used in the PICOS, the population, intervention, comparison, outcome measure, as well as study design. Next. The search used electronic database, PubMed, Scholar, and Cochrane. This was done in the English language for the years between 1990 to 2002. The quality and relevance of the review papers were appraised using a weight of evidence framework. Next. We were able to retrieve 4,524 papers. After taking them through screening and through the criteria, we managed to obtain 5 papers. The 5 papers screening, looking at the citation of the papers, we managed to add 5, making a total of 20 papers that were reviewed. Next. Results and discussion. The educational intervention targeting pharmacists were contributed 2 papers. Those for drug sellers were 6. Multidisciplinary intervention was predominant with 12 studies. 18 studies are focused on improvement in use of antibiotics, while focused on the knowledge of dispensers without measuring antibiotic use. Next. There were 4 studies that evaluated the educational material, the clinical guidelines, leaflets, and bulletins. The introduction of clinical guidelines improved the prescribing and dispensing behaviors of pharmacists. However, use of guidelines without proper follow-up had little impact on prescribing and dispensing. The use of newsletters, posters, and brochures showed a slightly significant improvement at 6% reduction in antibiotic prescription and dispensing. This review revealed that printed information alone had little influence on prescribers' behavior, and any of such influence is usually of short term. Next. The finding also revealed that interactive group meetings through continuous medical education were more effective than seasonal medical education. In one of the studies, the formal seminar showed a significant greater impact than a small group face-to-face intervention. However, a small group face-to-face intervention, it did not show or did not appear to have greater impact over the seminar in improving the appropriate use of antibiotics. The unit cost for face-to-face was far costly than the seminar. Next. Peer review. It was an important contributing factor. Peer review process was a fundamental strategy for encouraging a behavior change. And the feedback with discussion after reviewing, after pharmacist review showed that there were more adherence to clinical guidelines, as well as when these guidelines were adopted to routine working condition. Next. From the review, multifaceted intervention showed to have significantly reduced inappropriate antibiotic use. In one follow-up study, assessing training, prescription, peer review, focus group discussion, as well as educational material, reported a significant reduction in antibiotic prescription rate. At the baseline, it was 84%. At 6 months, it was reduced to 37%. However, at 18 months, the antibiotic prescription rate increased to 54%. The lack of supervision and intervention was associated with the relapse of the intervention at the 18 months. Next. Multifaceted approach using different tools for channeling information and strategies for creating a favorable environment proved to be imperative in promoting appropriate use of antibiotics. This review also revealed that it is the important role of pharmacists in teams which are tasked
You
with
have 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes, Amos.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. With developing following protocols in terms of making decisions about appropriate use of antibiotics. Next. In conclusion, education intervention can change the behavior of pharmacists and drug sellers. Therefore, it is essential to improve antibiotic prescribing and dispensing. Different interventions work together in some settings, and no single intervention sustains the behavior change among pharmacists. Next. Recommendation. We recommend that multifaceted interventions such as audit, feedback, academic detailing, and practicing guidelines, which is directed by a pharmacist opinion leader for a prolonged period of time in a form of continuous medical education, can be sustainable and promote appropriate use of antibiotics. Thank you.
Thank you, Amos, for finishing 1 minute less than the allocated time. Thank you very much. Let us now have Dr. Nishimana. Nishimana, if you are there, please say yes. Answer in the affirmative.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Take the floor. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Doc. I want to present a study within 2017. It was published in the Journal of the Association of Physicians in 2019. It's about the prevalence of systemic hypertension in Kenya. We did a multi-center analysis of the current hospital database, and the authors are mentioned on the screen. As a background, we know that hypertension is the leading cause of morbidity and mortality, which is known as a silent killer among non-communicable diseases, according to WHO 2013. And the normal blood pressure is considered to be 120 out of 80. The pre-hypertension is characterized by an elevation from 120 to 139, that is systolic, and a diastolic of 80 to 89 blood pressure. The stage 1 of hypertension is characterized by a range from 140 to 159, that is systolic, and 90 to 99. The levels above the stage 1 can qualify as stage 2 hypertension, and from there, the medications are actually required to avoid any cardiac emergency. Hypertension is actually the leading contributor to cardiovascular disease burden, and is the primary cause of coronary artery disease, atherothrombotic and hemorrhagic stroke, hypertensive heart disease, heart failures, and kidney failures. Hypertension is mainly associated with environmental and lifestyle factors, and has, of course, a stronger association and a link with some particular behaviors, such as tobacco use, excessive use of alcohol, physical activity, high salt intake, fruit intake, vegetable consumption, etc. WHO estimated 36 million of the 57 million deaths that occurred worldwide, that was in 2008, were due to non-communicable disease, making this leading cause of death with a 63% mortality rate. The burden of hypertension is actually greatest in low and middle income countries, and it affects about 1 of 5 population. And it was actually that time projected to be almost 3 to 4 people in 2025. Of course, those 3 to 4 people were living actually in low and middle income countries. There were 80 million adults with hypertension in sub-Saharan Africa in 2000, and the projections, of course, suggest that the figure will raise to 150 million by 2025, which we have only two years to go. Sub-Saharan Africa prevalence ranges from 19.3 in Eritrea to 9.6 in Seychelles. That was between 2003 and 2009, according to WHO STEPS survey. In Kenya, what were the ranges in Kenya since 1986? In 1986, there was a survey done both in rural area and urban area, reported a non-standardized hypertension prevalence rate of 6.4. In 2008, it jumped to 50.1%, but this was in Nakuru, specifically for the people aged over 50 years old. And another survey in rural Kenya, Nandi, showed an age standardized prevalence of hypertension of 24%. The data from Nairobi collected from adult population in two slums settlement showed also a prevalence of hypertension at 19%. The objective of this was actually the prevalence of hypertension in Kenya. What were the methods and materials? The setting, the study was done in Karen Hospital, which is a hospital with a bed capacity of 1 or 2. It actually runs main hospital and 10 outpatient satellite clinics. The main hospital actually ran 4 different.
4 minutes. 4 minutes remaining, please.
Okay. That was in current hospital. The study design, it was retrospective, and we took a client from 2 to 99 years old, and we did an analysis, derivatives with Excel, and correlations was done with SPS. Of course, the correlation with odds ratio and confidence intervals. The demographic characteristics, sex ratio 14 to 10, the mean age 42.6. The body mass index, the normal body mass index was 28%, and 4% were underweight, 34 were overweight, and 34 were obese. The current hospital was the leading number, was leading in numbers because they are seeing a lot of numbers, and the lowest was registered in Naivasha because actually there are numbers in Naivasha. Prevalence of hypertension normally counts for 51%, while optimal counted for 21%. The high normal blood pressure was 18%, and the prevalence of hypertension was 30%, subdivided in 3: grade 1, 10%, grade 2, 5%, grade 3%, and grade and isolated 13%. This means that 1 client out of 3 who consulted in the facility was hypertensive. The correlates were twice more likely to be hypertensive, and the prevalence and likelihood of hypertension also increased with age of patients from 1 to 80 years. The risk of hypertension was also twice likely to be reported among overweight and obese. More than half of the patients in Kitengela and Nairobi Heart Clinic had hypertension. That is because of Nairobi Heart Clinic had a lot of patients and Kitengela less. Few cases were also reported in Karatina and Naivasha, and this is linked to the low sample in Karatina and Naivasha. As conclusion, the prevalence of hypertension in Kenya was estimated at 30%. And this increased with the likelihood of the age contributed to the increase of the hypertension. This prevalence is also an alarm for a silent killer in Kenya and beyond, and a necessity of a comprehensive healthcare management system which can incorporate prevention measures such as diet, physical activity, weight loss, and also avoid smoking. A clear management guideline and policy formulation is actually needed. And if Kenya has to reach the universal health coverage, they should focus on non-communicable disease, especially hypertension in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you for finishing within the stipulated period, Dr. Nishirimana. Now let's move to the last presenter, last but not least, Nicholas Jacob. Nicholas Jacob. Let's be putting the questions across for the presenters who have already presented. We are soon going to Q&A, so please put questions across as we move on. Jacob.
Good evening. I'm around.
Yes.
I'm presenting a paper on prevalence of aflatoxin contamination in maize, range from Kajiado County as a representative of the maize growing counties in the Rift Valley. That's the first one. And there is, I want to acknowledge my supervisors, Dr. Mandadi, Professor Wadiga, Professor Kabyuki, and Julius Albert. They have worked with me for many other papers, including this one. So the reason why we have gone to these specific samples, especially Trans-Nzoia, we know Kenya is a maize-reliant country where every meal must at least have something related to maize or some cereals. And we felt that Rift Valley is, as the Kenyans keep on saying, is part of the basket, bread basket of this country, or green basket. So we thought this could be a very good area. Number two, that the country always is facing issues of aflatoxin. You've had the issues since 1971 all the way to date. There are issues about aflatoxin. So we thought this could have a representative part of the country. Our interest was the storage. Aflatoxin, these are moons, normal moons that grow because of the weather conditions, temperatures, and we know that our country is in the tropics where the environmental factors are a little bit conducive for the moon growth. Specifically, we talk about aspergillus, flavors, parasiticus, and also nibas is also in part of this. We are interested with the cereals, maize, and the others that are affected are oilseeds, legumes, and also nuts, among others. We know this place, as I've just said, it is a place, that's our country. Some regions have high temperatures, high humidity, there is poor aeration in the storage. There's also pest damage, mechanical damage, and all that when the maize is being prepared for storage. The aflatoxins, they have negative impact on health. They also have health impact, they also have economic impact because once the maize has been affected, you cannot sell it to anybody. In fact, in this country, it's supposed to be burnt directly. Although it is not done in some cases, it is buried, but it's supposed to be burnt. It also has some social effect because once we have somebody sick, it affects the social life of the community and even himself. Toxins are highly toxic depending on the dosage. They couldn't be, depending if it is high dosage, we say it is chronic. And if it is low dosage, we say, if it is high dosage, it is critical, it can kill. But if it is a low dosage, it is chronic and to have issues that are related with cancers and the rest of the diseases in our lives. It is widely distributed in foods and feeds, so it can be in the food that we eat or in the animal feeds, and then it can be translated back to us through the animal products. It have most of the parts that are affected most is the liver cancer, and we also have the immune suppression and other things that are related to that, including retardation in growth and chronic diseases. Next. This is the moon we are talking about. If you see that means there are parts which are good, there are parts which are affected. This happens if the maize is harvested too late. because of time and regards who are working and you have time only on Saturdays and you have good maize, at times you may not get to harvest at the right time, or when it is harvested, the moons are unable to attack, or if your store is not fully dry or it's not well ventilated, it can also lead to this. Or if your maize store is, or rather when you are storing that one, the maize, the store itself is dirty, or it is, it has the former spores of aflatoxin, or the salts that you use for storage, you have recycled them and they may be carrying the aflatoxins, or when you are storing, they are touching the walls or the floor, then this can lead to the aflatoxin for your maize. Next. This is examples of some of these maize. You have seen it, please, you may find the green maize, you find there is a small one where it has been affected by the bugs, where I was calling, saying that we have things like pest, but they are part of the pest. You check the one which has been opened down here, you see it is whole, but this part of it has already been started to be affected. And then all that, you can now collect it to your stores as we have there. And some of the stores should be list as it is there, and some others, we just put it down there and that's for a week or so, and that calls for this problem. And then after that,
you have 3 minutes remaining, Jacob. 3 minutes only, so move fast.
It makes you make your ugali and then you are. Let's go on. Our objective is to find the prevalence, composition, and the influence of aflatoxin on maize grains, and also influence of the storage facilities. Next. Our materials and methods, we wanted to get the samples, do laboratory analysis, or we have done that. The maize were collected from different stores. That is farmer store, retail store, wholesale stores, and the NSPB stores. We had 147 dry maize samples. Each one of them was 1 kilo, and then it was divided into 2, then analyzed. Specifically, we want to get maize which was kept between 1 month and 3 months, just for consistency. We are interested in the aflatoxin B1, B2, G1, and G3, both as individual levels and also as total levels. Analysis was done using Excel. Next. 91% of maize samples were, that is result, this is what we found in % of the 147 samples and the aflatoxin, and 55.8% of these samples and above the limit of 10 micrograms per kilogram, which is, and it was in Transoya and Kajiado counties. The retail stores are the highest contamination, and we have a reason for that. Nakuru and the East, and aflatoxin B1 was in 83.3%, so it was dominant. Next. That shows what I've said. Retail stores the highest, was the highest in this, and then Kando and the East. Next. When it comes to the specifics, we find B1 was very high in Transoya, and it was in few stores, and even the other sub strains B2 and the rest, they were all high. Next, they were all high for that store, the retail store. Next. Conclusion: aflatoxin contamination was high in Transoya and Kajiado, and while Nakuru and the lowest prevalence. Transoya retail stores and the highest aflatoxin contamination of 6.4, sorry, 64, and NCPB stores in Nakuru and the East aflatoxin contamination, which was beyond or below detection. Aflatoxin B1 was dominant in all of them. Recommendation: we need to create awareness for all the community members, because this is a risk. It is a health risk, and it also affects management practice of aflatoxin. So we need to think of how we can look at this specifically as a county and as counties of this country and also as a government. We also need to do sensitization for post-harvest maize and rice because these are especially the case where we have said the retailers who get maize and sell to any person, buy from any person regardless of the quality. And this is the reason why we are suspecting the reason why we have the highest contamination in those retailers. Okay, the final one. We need regular screening and monitoring of aflatoxin before storage to protect public from consuming contaminated foods. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicholas, for finishing within the stipulated time. Thank you, presenters. Now, members, let us engage the 4 presenters in questions and answers. I believe we have already put questions across and more questions are encouraged. We will spend about 10 minutes on questions and answers before I hand over back the meeting to the chair. Thank you. Members, bring up questions. And the presenters check on the chat board your questions and start responding appropriately.
Let me start with the last presenter, Bwana Mwenda. I wanted to hear from you. Aflatoxin is such a major subject of conversation. And like you have rightly done, you have investigated this as a problem of the areas where cereals, areas where production of cereal is a major economic occupation. I'm asking myself, why has the government not invested in setting up satellite centers for testing of aflatoxin in the areas where presumably a big or major issue? Or is it that it is not a major issue after all?
Chair, can I answer that? Can I still answer a written question?
Yes, add.
Thank you, Wanda, for that presentation. Now, my first question is whether the percentages you have given in various areas are consistent with other bodies like KEFs and the KEFIs, because I know they usually do a lot of collection and they keep such statistics. So I don't know whether you are able to compare your findings with their findings. Number 2, it is on the responsibility of testing and the dissemination information about the aflatoxin in these cereals. Is it the responsibility of KEFs, NCPB, KEFIs? Who is responsible and who should take action once you have gotten the findings and given to the relevant authorities? Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Answer those ones before we proceed.
Please. I'm just wondering, I may have missed it.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Excuse me. Is there someone else asking another question?
Yeah, a related question.
All right. All right.
Yes, the levels that Dr. Mwenda, thank you for the presentation. The high levels that you got, I'm wondering, are these cereals in use still, even after what you got? Thank you. Because are we eating them?
Okay, thank you very much. I will start with the last one. This is a systematic issue, or rather it comes and it goes, it is seasonal, and it is again random. I cannot say you are eating or not eating because the maize is affected. We start from there. The maize is affected. And not everything is tested. and we have no control over the testing. As a government, as a country, we have no control because of the expenses related. However, the standards are there. 10 for the whole country, the whole of East Africa, our standard is 10 for food, for human food total. 5 for B1, 20 for the animals. That is the standard for the whole of East Africa. The question is, who is supposed to test? It is the responsibility of the trainer to test before he picks that maize. It's the responsibility. But then we do not have those gadgets. So the problem is the challenge, our economy does not allow us to do so. However, there is that kind of a random check that the government does once in a while. There's a random check that is done, and especially if the maize is to go to NCPB, that one is a random check. But for the retailer, the one I'm talking about, the man in the village, the one who sells maize in a kilo or two, that one nobody tests for him. It is just, we leave it to go. Let me say that, we leave it to go. So somebody had asked whether the government has started a satellite. When I was in Germany, there's a project which is trying to start to have a kind of a satellite for every county government, but it has not been rolled out yet.
Have you exhausted the questions that were asked? Thank you. We have no questions for. Thank you, Jacob. We have questions for. Okay, is there someone else who was asking a question? Sorry, before I interrupted.
Asking me who is responsible for. Who is responsible? The responsibility here, the responsibility lies on the person trading on that. That is why if your maize is found contaminated, it is you to take care of that. Both the cost of destruction is yours as an individual, and also the cost of controlling it is yours as an individual, not the government.
No, question was, Ms. Mwenda, the question was, you cannot see the aflatoxin in our eyes. So it means somebody must test it. Whose responsibility to test and ascertain whether it has aflatoxin or not, and where does that information go and who takes action?
Okay, thank you. The responsibility to test, we usually have government chemists. That is one. Also, a few laboratories have been licensed to test. A few, but then it is at a cost.
All right, I wanted to ask a follow-up question. It's rather more of a comment because I got disturbed from Nicholas's last response that it is the farmer's responsibility.
Please be louder, the person asking the question, so that we can hear you well.
I'm following up on the last response that was given about the farmer being responsible to ensure that the produce is free of aflatoxins or molds. And yet we know that majority of those farmers have no idea what processes are taking place in terms of chemical or biological. So I wouldn't really think that the responsibility has been placed on the farmers to ensure whatever they are taking to the market is free of aflatoxins. So I beg to differ from that perspective with that response.
Allow me, Chair, to answer that question clearly. The point is...
Okay, go ahead.
The farmer is supposed to make sure that the maize is dry and it is in a clean, it is kept in a clean condition. When those two things are done, the aflatoxin issues are minimized. If not, then it is his responsibility if it is found contaminated. Those 2 points must be the farmer's responsibility.
The main issue being raised here is the farmer is responsible, but rarely, in most cases, they are not. And even if they have knowledge of aflatoxin, they don't want to incur losses. They would rather mix one bag with aflatoxin with 10 to conceal, because they don't want losses. So I think the members are concerned. What is the government doing? Or is there some check and control after the farmer has done his part?
Can I answer you?
Yes,
Yeah.
please, you can. I was just bringing clarity. Thank
Yes,
you.
yes, it is true. It is the government has put those standards. But then I'm saying if it is an individual who is buying maize from a retailer, the government is not concerned because they don't follow up an individual as he goes to sell his maize to a retailer or even to a wholesaler. So it's a wholesaler to check. And if it has beyond the level of concern, he or she should reject the farmer goes his produce.
Thank you. Well answered, Jacob. Let us look at the questions for Dr. The long name, Shimirimana. Shimirimana. Yes, for Dr. There was a desire. Please respond.
Yeah, there are two questions in the Q&A. Yes. The first one is from Rosaline Abuayo. She's asking if the results are generalizable for the Kenyan population. I'm saying the generalizability of this study should be done with caution. However, because of some things, one, these clinics were not randomly selected. That's number one. Number two, we took a sample size for only 1 week. So, however, we actually analyzed the data from many clinics. That is 12 clinics, including Nairobi Karen, Town Clinic, Nakuru, Nyeri, Thika, Karatina, Meru, Ngong, Kitengera, Rongai, and Naivasha, which is actually one of the studies which have been done in different areas, apart from the step surveys. So the generalizability may be done with caution. I have a second question from Dr. Kezia. She's asking about if someone is diagnosed with hypertension, must he be put on medication, or someone might start changing the lifestyle? It can work than starting immediately medication. Daktari, I have discussed in the background. Yes. In the background, I have discussed in the background the stage one, which is characterized by blood pressure of 140, 159 systolic, and 90 to 99. For this type of hypertension, you can try to change lifestyle, reducing weight, physical exercise, change the diet, and then you can be monitored. And some of people, they reduces their blood pressures. But if the blood has actually gone to stage 2, then it has gone beyond stage 1, then you need to start medication as you improve lifestyle. And for some time, some people have gone to their normal life without medication. That is the reason of actually consistent screening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daktari. My question on that, I believe treatment or management of hypertension should take a multidisciplinary.
Yeah. You are disappearing, Daktari.
Approach. Have you considered that you may find even your clients, they take the medication, they take lifestyle, but there is non-compliance to medication and non-compliance to lifestyle change. So have you considered the role of psychotherapy in assisting in issues to do with the compliance to medication and lifestyle changes? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Those are the main issues in the management of hypertension, because if someone is diagnosed with hypertension, taking medication is one, but actually following the medications daily is another problem, because as you said, there are some psychological problems with some patients, and the really main problem is the compliance, because there's no follow-up. Someone may take medication if you want. If he does not want, he will take medication, and to know the truth that really this person has been taking medication is a big challenge. I think we should also start thinking about research on psychological problems among the hypertensive patients. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. There is one question for Amos. Then we close the Q&A. Amos, please respond to that question.
Thank you, Daktari. A question from Dr. John asking about the contribution of wastewaters as well as use of animal products when it comes to antibiotic resistance. That's very true. You realize that especially in our setup in Kenya, there is a indiscriminate use of very strong antibiotics in animal, that is in animals, as well as in our farms. Use them in our farms can be washed to the water, as well as the use in animals. This has contributed to antibiotic resistance as well. Let's take, for instance, in a case whereby our poultry, like the use of antibiotics in chicken, the moment you take this meat from these chickens, definitely you will consume those antibiotics. And with time, you realize that you are exposed to these antibiotic agents, such that every time that you are sick and you are now prescribed or you are given an anti-bacterial agent or antibiotics which are of that particular class, then it's not going to help you out to eradicate that particular infection because of the prior exposure to the antibiotic. So this is true, and it comes in challenge. That the beauty is that the people who are dealing, the veterinary people as well as the pharmacists who are dealing, if adequately or appropriately taken through the continuous medical education, they are able to advise as well as train our community on the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Amos. I have not seen any question for Wanjala. Is there any question for Wanjala? Any question for Wanjala? I believe there is no question for Wanjala, and therefore I want to, is there any question for Wanjala before I exit from the session? Okay. Silence means there isn't. And now I want to thank you very much, participants and presenters, for making this session very lively. It's like we would have said much more, discussed much more if there was enough time. But now everything that starts must always have an end. And therefore, thank you very much for this session. I hand over back the meeting to Professor Wanja.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zipporah, for that chairing, and thank you, Dr. Kawila. I know we've had a few internet lag this afternoon, but we have pulled through. We are running a bit late, but not too late. Yes, as we come to the end of the session today, I want to thank God, first of all, for allowing us to be able to do what we have done. We thank God for everything that we asked for. We had prayed a lot that the workshop, the conference would be successful. Yes, it's been, in my view. I want to thank the presenters for honoring the call. First of all, for being researchers. It's not easy to research, to put in the effort to do the research, and also for coming through to complete the cycle of the research, which means disseminating the results to the world. We've had presenters not only from Kenya, all counties. I think we had people from Mandera, we had people from Turkana, we had people from the coast, Nairobi, Meru, physically here. We also had people coming in. We had somebody from Mogadishu. We had somebody from Europe, Sister Jacqueline was presenting from Germany. So we really had an international conference as we wanted it. We thank you all. I also want to thank the participants who joined. I don't think it would have been successful if we didn't have the listeners who posed their questions to try and help and also pick up the knowledge that they can start using some of these. I've picked a lot from the last 2 days. We have learned a lot from what people have done, the areas, not only just the specific area where I am an expert in, but also other areas, because the problems of the society are not informed by one discipline. They are multidisciplinary, so it's always really, really good to hear what others are engaging in. I want to thank the ICT team for enabling this virtual conference to work. Without them, I don't think we would have gotten far. I thank the housekeeping team. They've really been good. They arranged the room where we are sitting, made sure we had water and a cup of tea. Thank you, wherever they are sitting. I thank my colleagues for being around. We've been hosted very well in Meru. Thank you all, and they have kept us warm these 2 days. I want to thank my secretariat. They have worked hard to make sure that the presentations went on smoothly. I thank the Kemu management, the VC, the DVC, who is the DVC Academic Affairs, who is represented here. Thank you for allowing such a conference to take place and for also giving the resources to ensure that this really important event happens in the university. I'll talk a bit about the certificates. We shall be issuing certificates to the presenters, and we will have them signed by the relevant people, and we shall inform you when you can pick them physically, or if we can send them to you. Just let us know where you are, and you can pick them from our offices in Meru, or in Mombasa, or in Nairobi. We shall inform you. We shared the book of abstract. We were not able to print it. I hope you can keep it. Nowadays, we talk about evidence, keep it nicely in case next time you're trying to prove that you went to a conference, at least keep a copy of that. Thank you so much, everybody who's been here. I know some of you have already published your work. So for those of you who would want to publish with the IJPP, that is the International Journal of Professional Practice, it's a Kemu journal, please, we'll be writing you officially so that you can tell us, and we shall be giving you the link where you will upload your manuscript. So you are a presenter, you do not need to pay again. What you paid to do the presentation, as an added bonus for coming to the presentation, we shall publish your manuscript for free as an added advantage. That's what we promised. But I know some of you had already published, so we cannot publish them again. But for those of you who want to do that, I had shared the link yesterday. Maybe Dr. Kamila, you can share that link. It's up, and you just need to let us know, inform through the same email, the3@kemu.ac. That's the official email for the directorate. You just inform us that you want, and then I will make sure that the team is aware. So the next conference we are organizing very soon, maybe a small one towards in September, the last quarter of the year, and communication will be coming. If you have other students or colleagues or friends who have papers, because I have about 10 papers that are waiting, because we could not have anybody presenting in the last 2 days. So you can inform them that in September we shall have either 1 day or a 2-day conference, probably virtual because of the short time. So let them send in their papers, and then we shall see. We shall put up an official call for that. I will not thank you enough. I want to thank our bishop who will close for us. Thank you for being around and for blessing us. We don't forget that. And with those few words, I would like to welcome Dr. Mushiri, who is representing the DVC Academic Affairs, to officially close for us. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. Thank you for sitting in and waiting until the last minute. I want to appreciate the commitment to the conference, because you have been faithful from the beginning to the end. So we appreciate that. I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the division, the academic division, on behalf of my the DVC Academic Affairs, Reverend Dr. Mary Kinoti, who is out in a different meeting and who asked me to stand in for her. I want to acknowledge that the division is thoroughly excited for the Directorate of Research, Innovation and Extension, led by Professor Wanja and the Board of Management that works with her, for organizing this conference and making it bringing it to the to a reality. Even during this time when we know we have had the limitations of being able to gather together. And thank you very much for taking the advantage of the virtual platforms, which we have now considered to be part of our lives. And this has enabled many, as you have already heard, to be able to participate from different areas and ends of the globe, including outside the country. So that has made it very effective and efficient, and so we are grateful. Thank you all, because you have committed to submit your papers, to share your findings, to tell us your experiences, because research conferences are about dissemination. It's about it's a moment to be able to tell the rest of us who may not have been part of the research that you have considered issues that have come to us, and you have found ways that we could navigate through, and even where there may be no direct answers, you enable us to gain knowledge and expand our understanding of the various disciplines and the various areas. So thank you very much. So the division is excited to see the participation of all disciplines that have brought forward knowledge and even enabled us to understand that we could work together to create a universal solution for the issues that surround us. Health, we will work together with the science, we'll work together with education and social sciences, and we'll work together even with the other applied disciplines, including technology and so on. So we are very, very thankful. We were beneficiaries of visiting guests who were able to interact with us yesterday and today. And I'm sure the event has opened up our minds in and seeing new dimensions on how we could extend our participation in research. And like the theme of this conference said, we are at a point where we need to operationalize the issues and the things that we do in the various disciplines to be able to be sure to conserve and maintain biodiversity and also sustainable development. The role of higher education is not just to create graduates and people who are educated, but also to be able to diverge in solving humanity issues, issues that are of concern in a manner that is sustainable. So on behalf of the management, as we come to the end of this conference, we are confident that our participation was not in vain. I'm sure those of us who have sat through from the beginning to the end are even more excited to look forward to the next conference. And as the Director of Research and Innovation has said, God willing and with all possibilities, it is possible that we could have another short event, maybe even longer, you never know, depending with how the interest that is driven. So it's time to continue to go back. A number of us who are doing research that was ongoing, we have an opportunity to bring it to a conclusion and also come and share your findings. So I want to therefore take this opportunity as we close to say our contribution, those of us who are here until this moment, to humanity is by going out and finding ways of engaging, getting involved with our colleagues, getting involved with our members of other disciplines, creating the multidisciplinary facet of addressing the issues that really concern us. So thank you very much, everybody. And we truly believe that the university and the platform that we have established today is a platform that you can always look back and say it was worth spending the time. And as the country celebrates the Samba Samba, you know, maybe you forgot today Samba Samba. I want to say it's a good time to celebrate Samba Samba by providing solutions. You know the struggles that people went through to give us some freedoms, to enable us to be able to come together. And as a university, we must maintain that level of engagement, the freedoms that our forefathers and other people who have struggled for freedoms in this country attained, was to enable us to be able to gather, put together our minds, and create and provide solutions to humanity. So think through as we go forward to the future. What can I do? How can I be part of the solutions? How can I be part of sustenance of diversity, biodiversity, and also the world where we are all in? So with many remarks already made by me and others, I want to say we are glad that you could join us. We are happy that you are able to participate. We look forward to participating with you more in other events. Please let us know if you have announced conferences where you are. If you're not part of the university and you have announced conferences, share with us. Let us also be part of your engagements. And all at the end of it all, we shall all be proud to be part of the continuity of sustaining research and science in all disciplines. So again, I congratulate the directorate for its work and the team that worked with them, dedicated their time and resources to enable this conference to come to this position. With those many remarks, I want to declare the 9th Annual Scientific Research Conference officially closed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mushiri, for closing for us. And now we shall have Dr. Momisi closing officially with a word of prayer.
Kindly let us submit to the will of God in prayer, in appreciation for the great things He has done to us. He has enabled us to be here, and we are not taking it for granted. We just want to thank Him because of His word, which is so wonderful, and the blessings that He has given to us. When we remember His word, that the blessing of God makes rich and adds no problems with it, no sadness with it. And we do want to thank Him for His goodness and His mercy. Shall we pray? Heavenly Father, we thank you and we bless you when we realize that you have blessed us since yesterday. And dear Lord, we are not sorrowful. We are not sad because of your blessings upon each one of us. First of all, Lord, we want to thank you for the allowance and permission to carry out this conference here in Kemu through the Vice Chancellor, the DVCs, A Lord and administration, and all the others that were able to put in that which was necessary for us to have a successful conference. Father in heaven, as you bless them, we pray that you may bless the chair of the research of the conference, Lord, and her secretariat. We thank you for Professor Wanja, Lord, and the way she has taken us through since yesterday, and her team, very committed, Lord, in taking care of us in all ways, oh God. We thank you and we bless you. We thank you, Father, for the presenters who are able to give it what they have been able to research out and get truths that we would use. We thank you for the keynote givers, the speakers that spend their time with us, O God of heaven. Lord, as you bless us, because you are blessing us today, do bless them too. Jehovah Jireh, the Lord who provides. We know that we are moving to various places, and we commit ourselves to you, O God. Submit our hearts, our bodies, and above all, especially because of the health that we are enjoying, Lord. We thank you, Father, as you bless us, bless our university in all the areas, the extensions, Lord, and bless our nation, Kenya. Those traveling afar, Lord, how we pray that the angels of the Lord will encamp round about them to take care of them, to take care of them up to when they reach home. Lord, we are grateful. We bless you. Thank you for the good health you've continued to give to us. We just appreciate who you are, what you are, Lord, now and forevermore, because we pray in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, and may you have a blessed day. And we see you.
Recording stopped.